What's up, and welcome back to another live stream with GizmoSlipTech. Today, we're taking a look at the Razer Blade 14. This is arguably the most premium gaming laptop in the 14 inches or smaller category. There are some that are very close and in some ways offer some more features that the Blade 14 does not. But for certain premium features like a unibody aluminum chassis, the Blade 14 is kind of in a class of its own as far as I know. There might be some that I'm missing. If you guys know any other Blade 14s that have unibody chassis, let me know in the comments down below. But as far as I know, the Blade 14 is the only one so far this year. Now, we're going to talk about so much today. We've got all of these different topics we're going to go over today for the Blade 14. We're first going to start out with top deals value comparison versus the competition. We're going to look at basically every 14-inch or smaller gaming laptop out there today. So it's going to be all about the portable category, and this is going to be like a blend of just talking about all of them, talking about which specs, which one is the best value, which one is going to be the most premium, all of that. We're going to do just like a raw feature spec comparison before we go into all the detailed testing on the Blade 14, so that way, if you go into the purchase on the Blade 14, you know exactly what you could be missing out on, or be confident in your purchase, knowing that it's the best one for you. So after that, we're going to go and unbox the laptop, check the power adapter. We're going to look at everything else in the box. We're going to check the quality control of the laptop, look for flex in the chassis, look for any broken in keys or anything like that. We're going to disassemble the laptop, and we're going to check for upgradability on the inside. We are going to do all kinds of stuff with the laptop. We're going to analyze and review the ports. We're going to check the webcam quality and Windows Hello. Blade 14 does have Windows Hello. We're going to test the display, nits gamut, color brightness, contrast, speakers test with a decibel meter. We're going to play 3 different songs, and we're going to try some gaming with the speakers with different fan noise. And we're going to test fan noise with the decibel meter as well. So we're going to see which profiles are quiet, which ones cause noise, and how quiet it is in general. Then we're going to move into some performance testing with Cinebench R23 and TimeSpy, and then 10 different games that we're going to test. Some of them are esports games, some of the latest, most modern AAA titles. And at the end, we're going to summarize everything up for you so you can get an idea of everything about the laptop. If you are limited on your amount of time that you have, then you can wait to the very end and come back, or you can just skip around to whatever area you need. There will be timestamps in this live stream at a later date. Usually it takes about a day before we get all the timestamps put in there. It takes a long time going through and putting all the details in there about every little test that we do, because we do a lot in every live stream. So I'd invite you to like this live stream and subscribe for more content. I've got like 5 laptops right now in my house that we're prepping for live streams. So there's going to be like 2 or 3 live streams every week, and summaries, at least that's my goal right now, at least 2 to 3 live streams minimum each week, and lots of comparisons, lots of deals, searching for the best deal on the best gaming laptop, or just the very best, most premium gaming laptops as well, because that's where I'm at. I'm more of a premium laptop buyer myself. Like I have a Blade 18. That's my laptop of choice, which is not necessarily the best bang for the buck. So if you are someone that is after the most bang for the buck, this Blade 14 is probably not for you. You're probably not a Razer customer in general to begin with. But if you're after something that is like just feels super premium in your hands, you feel like you're getting the kind of the best of everything, or at least very competitively close to the best of everything, that's kind of what Razer's going for with the Blade 14, and we're going to see how well it stacks up against a lot of the competition today. So this is very exciting. Thanks so much for joining. Again, I invite you to like the live stream and subscribe. So I see chat is filling up. What happens to all the laptops that I review? This is a review unit sent over to me by Razer. Thankfully, they did not. Thankfully, Razer did not ban me from their review program, because I did give the Blade 15. I gave the Blade 15 basically a negative review because I didn't think it was worth the money that Razer was charging, because it had a lower quality display. And like, if you're going to buy a laptop that's over $2,000, I'm expecting like a high quality display on it. And my first impression of the Blade 14 is it's got a much better quality display than what the Blade 15 had on it. So that's very good. It's also a 16:10 aspect ratio on the Blade 14. Overall, and the Blade 14 is much more portable too. It's smaller, it's more compact. I'm initial impressions are so much better on the Blade 14 than the Blade 15. So I'm glad Razer gave me an opportunity to review the Blade 14 without having to spend money on it. Now, some of these laptops I am buying and reselling, and if you become a member on my, if you become a member of this live stream chat, so basically there's like a special membership program, costs $5 a month. You can become a member and potentially buy some of the laptops that I review. And we've got about 10 or 12 of them up for sale right now. And so yeah, if you guys are really interested in buying any of those, let me know in chat and I can explain further. Okay. Are we ready to begin? I believe that's everything for the intro. Let's go into our top deals comparisons and look at all the 14-inch options out there. Okay. All right. Shadowy says, no mini LED or 4080, 4090 on the Blade 14 makes this dead on arrival. I would disagree with that for sure because, you know, the Blade 14, yes, it doesn't have a 4080 or 4090, but there's a lot of people out there that don't really care about having that level of graphical power. They just need to play casual games and they just want something really premium. And maybe they don't need a 4080 or 4090. They're okay with a 4050, 4060, 4070 level of performance. And the Blade 14 still could be very competitive, compelling product for them. You know, some people just want, like they're coming, say, from Apple products to Windows, and they don't want to go to some plastic chassis, or, you know, they want like a unibody aluminum chassis, which is basically what Apple products have. So I think a lot of, basically that's probably the top market is basically people who just want that super rigid, super firm build quality in their product, even if they have to pay a premium price over competitive products, right? So that's kind of like the core, I would say, customer base for Razer products in general. And because basically every single Razer product is going to cost more on a price to performance basis than the competitor products, because the competitor products cut corners, cut costs. You know, they oftentimes competitor products don't have Windows Hello. They don't have as good a build quality, don't have as good as speakers usually, maybe not as bright of RGB backlighting on the keyboard. Sometimes don't have vapor chamber cooling, sometimes don't have as good of ports, sometimes don't have as good a display. But we're gonna talk about all the competitors today. So this is the start of my Blade 14 versus all the other 14-inch gaming laptops out there. So basically, this is gonna be a summary of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, it's basically like 8 or 9 different Blade 14, 8 or 9. So this is going to be a summary of like 9 different 14-inch gaming laptops specs comparison. So we're going to get started. This is my gaming laptop spreadsheet. If you want to check it out, there is every single gaming laptop that money can buy out here, at least in the United States, and many international links in here as well. There are benchmarks on here, tons of data on here. You can go in here, you can click on any of these, and you can look at pictures. And we're going to look through each of the 14-inch laptops that are out there. And you can even filter on the left here by price or by screen size or laptop weight, or maybe you want to get to a certain level of time spy performance or CPU performance. So many different ways you can search for gaming laptops on this list. Okay, so starting off, here's the Blade 14. It costs $26.99. All right. So the Blade 14 is not a cheap laptop, but the design is clean. It has Windows Hello. It has very minimal bezel, a little bit on the bottom, a little bit on the top. Got a webcam shutter at the top. You got a large trackpad here, and you got nice, I guess, high quality ports. Not too many ports though on this. There's no full-size SD card slot. There is, of course, there can't be any Thunderbolt 4 because this is a Ryzen processor. So that's one trade-off you get when you go with a Ryzen processor. This comes with a Ryzen 9 7940HS, which is an excellent CPU, 8-core, 16-thread, RTX 4070, and it should be reaching close to the 100-watt power limit that the 4070 needs to reach close to full performance. Now, we're going to be able to see if it does that today. I'm very curious to see how well it maintains that level of performance. 16 gigs of DDR5, 4800. Honestly, at this price point, I would hope that we would be getting 32 gigs, but at least 16 gigs hits the minimum for the vast majority of games and applications that you need. And it is faster RAM, but not as fast as the fastest DDR5 5600. 1 terabyte SSD and a QHD 240Hz 100% DCI-P3 color gamut display, so it should be a highly colorful display. We don't know how many nits brightness it is, at least not off the top of my head. It weighs just over 4 pounds, 62 watt-hour battery. You know, we'll have to see how well this thing does, but essentially, this should be one of the very, very best competitors out there in the premium portable category, at least. Now, this is not the only laptop that's around this price point with these levels of specs, so we're going to talk about a couple others in here that are also pretty spendy. Now, the Zephyrus G14. This is arguably the biggest competitor to the Blade 14 because it basically undercuts the costs of the Blade 14 by not including a unibody aluminum chassis, for example. You know, it's not a 240 hertz display. That's another way in which Asus managed to cut the cost. This does have Windows Hello, it does have pretty good speakers, and it does have pretty good build quality, but it's not going to be as rigid or as firm as a unibody aluminum chassis, and that's just the way it is. It's a trade-off. Now, I've done unboxing reviews on the G14. I really like the G14. Once it's tuned, undervolted, it's a really phenomenal laptop. It's hard to argue that it's a bad laptop. The bigger question is the Blade 14, whoops, sorry. The bigger question is the Blade 14's premium level of premium features actually worth the premium costs on the Blade 14? I'll try to give you my opinion on that by the end of today's live stream. Now, the G14 can be equipped with a 4080, which gives it a lot more GPU performance. 15,700 for Time Spy. That's a hefty amount of performance in a 14-inch laptop. And the G14 can also be equipped with a 4090, which gets around 18,500 for Time Spy. Again, amazing GPU performance in a 14-inch laptop. And the Blade 14 just cannot be equipped with a 4080 or 4090 GPU at this time. So if you're after the if you're after like the most possible GPU performance in a 14-inch category, the G14 is going to be better in that sense. But if you're comparing the 4070 versions, then you're going to be focusing on primarily on like the build quality, what the laptop's made with, the firmness and the rigidity, and the kind of like the premium feel. The touchpad's bigger on the Blade 14, stuff like that. The G14 also can potentially have a mini LED backlight, which gives it a higher level of contrast and potential screen brightness. So that's another potential advantage for the G14, but know that not all G14s come equipped with that. And I know the 4070 version does not. I'm not sure about the 4080 or 4090. Pretty sure the 4090 does, but the 4080 I'm not sure. And you can either get it with this back LED lit thing, or you can get it with the mini LED coming back to the front, because basically it can either, the mini LEDs can either be facing in backwards or forwards. It cannot be both, because otherwise they would have to put 2 layers of mini LED in there. And so if you've got the backlights on the G14, you cannot have the front mini LED affecting the display. So you got to decide what you want there. Honestly, the mini LED display on the G14, in my opinion, is not that noticeable because the nits brightness only goes up by 100 from 500 to 600. Just the contrast ratio of the G14 goes up when you add the mini LED. That's probably the biggest thing. Now, another potential competitor is the Aero 14. The Aero 14 being an extremely thin and light, only 3.2 pounds. And there are, I believe, no USB-A's on this guy. Only 3 USB-C's with, I think, a Thunderbolt 4, I think 2 Thunderbolt 4s. I don't know. This thing is certainly very interesting because it comes with a 2.8K OLED display at 90 hertz and has an RTX 4050. Now, the 4050 is only a 45 watt 4050, so it's not going to be a super high powered 4050, but you're still going to be able to play a lot of games on the Aero 14. And I did get hands-on with this at CES. It felt really premium actually in the hand, and it felt good. Like it's not bad. It's not necessarily like the most amazing performance and not the most amazing ports. I don't think it's as premium as the Blade 14, certainly in terms of build quality, but it's certainly an option if you're after an OLED display on a more budget-friendly price at $1449. The Alienware X14, I also got my hands on when I was at CES, and I like the Alienware X14 overall. It's very thin. Like it's really just a focus on thinness with the X14. But like for example, the display only being 300 nits bright, that's just behind the competition. So the X14, I think the X14 has a lot of promise, a lot of potential. But you are going to pay a real premium price for the Alienware brand. And we got some decent ports back here. We got, looks like one USB-A, or is that the power? I think it's the USB-A. And then we got 3 USB-Cs, a headset port on the back. That's interesting. And a micro SD card slot. It doesn't look like there's any ports on the sides. So the X14 is one that I would like to review at some point, but I have not done a detailed review on it. But in general, my experience with Alienware's software has been the primary downside for the Alienware series so far this year. I've reviewed 2 Alienware laptops, and both times the Alienware Command Center was pretty buggy and pretty annoying to deal with. Next up is the MSI Stealth 14. Now, I have done a detailed unboxing review of the Stealth 14, and I really liked it. It had excellent thermals. The GPU TDP is not quite as high. It doesn't quite go to the 105 watt range maximum, but it gets you like 90% of the way there, and with the small overclock, you're gonna get close to the same levels of performance. I really love the look and feel of the laptop. It feels very light. It's kind of magnesium alloy chassis. It's not as premium or as rigid as the unibody chassis on the Blade 14, but it is very lightweight, like for its stiffness, I guess is what I would say for the Stealth 14. The specs on this are also kind of a little bit underwhelming. For $1699, you get a full HD plus 165 hertz display. It is a vapor chamber cooled system, which I do like. RTX 4060, i7 13620H on here, and I liked the speakers on the on the Stealth 14. I liked the feel of the keyboard. Overall, especially if you just turned off the RGB, it does not look super gamery. It can be used pretty much in a professional environment, especially if you get like the blue version, looks very professional. The white one kind of has a little bit more of a gamery flair to it, I think. But I do like the Stealth 14, but it is also at a premium cost, and it cannot be equipped with a 4080 or 4090 as well. So you gotta, there's like, it's pros and cons. But yeah, I would say there's a level of premiumness with the Blade 14 that the Stealth 14 is missing, mainly because of the unibody aluminum chassis. That's probably the #1 aspect about the Blade 14 that is very attractive to the Blade 14. So Asus Flow Z13. This is another gaming laptop slash tablet that is less than 14 inches. So this is a 13-inch tablet display with a kickstand out, swings out backwards for a kickstand. You could travel with this. You could play with a controller, like say on an airplane. You could set this up in kickstand mode and play on a controller and play like high FPS gaming on battery. That would be pretty sweet. Obviously, you know, being an RTX 4060, it's going to be able to play games really, really well. It's a full HD plus 500 nits display with only 100% sRGB, but it's still, that's going to be very, very good, obviously, right? And bright enough. You got an RGB see-through thing here in the back, which I do like. I did get hands-on with this as well at CES. I do like it a lot, the concept of it a lot. When you attach the keyboard, it snaps magnetically to the bottom here of the tablet, and it basically lets you feel like you're using a laptop, at least mostly like you have a laptop. The main thing is it's going to be a lot harder to put this in your lap if you're like actually sitting at an airport. You're going to still need a table, basically. You want to use this in laptop mode, you got to have a table to set this thing down on. I mean, you can, in theory, you can set this on your legs, but it's got like a narrow thing. It kind of jabs into your leg, and it's not going to be as stable or as reliably stable as a full laptop at least, you know. So now the keyboard is backlit. The trackpad was glass, if I remember correctly, on the little trackpad here. I do love the concept of the Flow Z13. I think a lot of people would love it in general. But you also have a lot more minimal ports on the Flow Z13. Let's see if I can get the images to load here. You got one USB-A here on the right. I believe that's a fingerprint sensor power adapter thing there on the left. A headphone a port there. A Thunderbolt. Let's just pop over here to the actual tech spec so I can give you the exact ports over here on the Z13. You can get this with a 4050 or 4060 up to 65 watts of power. And interesting, this is actually a QHD plus, so not full HD. I don't know why we have it on a full HD plus on the sheet. We have to make that correction. So ports are one USB-A, one USB-C, one Thunderbolt 4, and you have the XG mobile port with a USB-C and a micro SD card reader. So that's actually a really good selection of ports, and I love that they managed to fit one USB-A on here as well. So yeah, I do like that. And you get a 13 megapixel rear camera and a 5 megapixel IR camera for front camera. That's like one of the, at least on paper, one of the best we have seen from an Asus laptop. So I don't know. I'm very curious to see how well this laptop would actually review. I've not gotten my hands on it or anything yet, but, well, I did get my hands on it, but I've not been able to do a detailed unboxing review of it yet. Next up, we have the Flow X13. It's in the same vein as the Z13. The Z13 basically it's a tablet. The X13 is very similar, but it's in a full laptop form factor. And because it's in a laptop form factor, they actually put some higher power limits to the GPU. It can go, I believe, well, it loads here. It can do 60 watts. Okay, so it's about the same power limit, but it can go up to a 4070 though, which is going to give you a bit more juice for the laptop size. Now, this Flow X13 costs $24.99. So this is it's just a little bit less cost-wise compared to the Blade 14. So this is one of the laptops out there that is at least in the same vein of price as the Blade 14. Now, this is also, I think, it's more portable than the Blade 14 too, because it's only 2.8 pounds. And I do like the build quality of this. I like this material that they use. I don't think it's quite as rigid or as high quality build quality as the Blade 14, but this also has some, unique usability because you can flip the hinge on the X13 and use it in tent mode or in tablet mode. So you can use this for gaming on the go, upside down, or in tablet form factor, which could be a real advantage for people that are looking for a little bit more of a laptop-like experience, but in a super portable form factor. And this also has an XG mobile port, so you can use the portable XG mobile, which basically is like an eGPU that you can use to power the laptop and at the same time boost its performance with a much more powerful eGPU. So the last two laptops that we're going to talk about, the Zenbook Pro 14, this has an i9-13900H, 4070, 32 gigs of DDR5 RAM, which I do love that it's 32 gigs, 1 terabyte SSD, and it's a 2.8K OLED display with 120 hertz, 550 nits brightness. From a display perspective and from a professional laptop perspective, this is it's really like more of a premium competitor to the Blade 14. And I think it does compete pretty dang well with the Blade 14 in a lot of ways. So I have not done a review. This is one of the laptops I do want to do a review of in the future. And I've had a lot of comments in my chat talking about how much they love the Zenbook Pro 14. So this is a potential option as well for people that are after a 14-inch gaming laptop with an OLED display. And I love the fact that it's 120 hertz OLED, which is quite a bit different. Most OLEDs just don't go to 120 hertz. They usually stop at 60 or 90. 120 hertz OLED, pretty freaking sweet. Obviously not nearly as good as the 240 hertz QHD Plus over here on the Blade 14 in terms of esports gaming. The 240 hertz is going to be something, if you're an esports player, there's a pretty big difference between 120 and 240. So that said, if you're more of a casual gamer, it won't make that big of a difference going from 120 to 240 if you just play AAA titles primarily. So it's going to depend on what type of gamer you are. If you're a first-person shooter, the 240 hertz, I think, on the Blade 14 would certainly be a high-value ticket item. Now, if you're after a portable workstation type of gaming laptop, the Zenbook Pro 14 Duo has dual displays. Notice the side trackpad over here. This is something that on all the Duo laptops, it's been a bit difficult to get used to, honestly. The Duo laptops with the side trackpad, it's something, it's definitely unique. Now, the nice thing about the Duo is that because the screen actually lifts up, it does allow for some additional air intake and airflow on the chassis, usually allowing slightly higher power limits on a laptop of that size. Now, the dual display nature of this does come with the same OLED 120 hertz 550 nits display for the main display, but it also has a secondary display down here that I think some people are going to find really useful if you're a, I don't know, streamer, or you're an artist, or you want some. Usually that secondary display is also touch enabled. And so this would be an interesting option for people that want that extra productivity. Me personally, I find it really difficult to use the keyboard on this type of a laptop simply because there's no wrist rest. And when I do a lot of typing, I prefer to put the laptop in my lap, and I need that wrist rest. Otherwise, my wrists just hurt. I do a lot of typing sometimes. I type a lot. So I need something that's super comfortable, usually with a decent sized wrist rest and a full size keyboard. So some people would find this keyboard and trackpad setup a deal breaker for the Duo 14. But if the idea of dual displays is really attractive to you, then I think this one certainly could be another really good competitor to the Blade 14. So that is pretty much, I think, all of the different options out there. I do think that the Blade 14 is kind of in its own unique class with this unibody chassis, clean designs, and just basically trying to max out its specs for a 4070, you know? So I do think the Blade 14 has its niche, and I think there will be people that'll be like really excited about the Blade 14 over these other laptops I just talked about because of that all metal unibody chassis in particular. Okay, so let me take a look at chat. I see a super chat from F&T Grease. What was your message? You was retracted. Okay, so checking out chats here. All right. Razer was good for 2K, but now they're like 4K. It's just a hard sell for you. Deck tested. Yeah, some people, like, you to buy Razer, you gotta have extra money. You gotta not be necessarily searching for the best bang for the buck. You know, when you buy a Razer, you're really just searching for like really the best build quality, in my opinion, for the Blade 14. Anyway, Effort Egress, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Anyway, even though you retracted the message, I'm not sure what you said. Let me know what it was if you can. All right. All right. Oreo Ice Cream says, is the 3060 good for 4K? It's going to only be able to play really old titles in 4K. You're not going to be able to play any of the other ones. Yeah, only older titles you'll be able to play. Yeah, most would not play very well, even on lower settings. What is the CPU and brand of this laptop? It's a Ryzen 9. Okay. The Z13 has amazing cooling, just the expansion is horrible because of the smaller SSD socket. That's true, Kenneth. There is only 2230 available SSDs for both the Flow X 13. So both, we pop over here. So this guy, the Flow X13 right here, and the Flow Z13, both of these can only take the smaller 2230 SSD sizes, which basically max caps you at usually 1 or 2 terabytes of SSD space. And 2 terabytes of SSD space is just that's not nearly enough for me. Like I just my game library is like 3 or 4 terabytes now. I've got like 200 plus games. I don't download all my games either. And then of course I do all these live streams. I save all these VODs and I keep a copy of them like on 2 hard drives. So I have 2 8 terabyte SSDs in my laptop. There's just no way I could use a Flow Z13 or a Flow X13. So I'm curious to see what SSD sizes we get in the Blade 14, because that could make a big difference for certain users out there, right? Shocking in 2023, OLED's only available in smaller laptops. So frustrating. Yeah, well, that is pretty interesting. Maybe it's just easier to produce smaller OLED displays. You know, we have tons of OLED displays in smartphones these days. Yeah, is the ROG Strix G16 worth it? I'd say the G16 is super worth it on when it's on sale. That's where it's really, really worth it. Okay, looks like that's most of the questions from chat. I will try to continue on. Let's go ahead and get into our official unboxing segment for the Blade 14. All right, so here's the Blade 14 right here. Looks like my camera. Did I unplug it or something? Hold on. We're troubleshooting this camera. It was working when I started the live stream. Yay, okay, so we're working again. Just had to turn it off and on. Okay, so you can see my Blade 18 right here. I have been really enjoying my Blade 18 overall. It just feels like when you have a unibody chassis laptop in your hands, it just feels awesome. Like it just feels freaking like a tank and like really sturdy. I love that. Okay, so that's part of what drew me to the Blade 18, but also the vapor chamber cooling was a big part of it as well, and just how well the whole package was designed on the Blade 18, the performance you get inside of the laptop size and everything. But this is my streaming setup. You can see I've got my chat over here on the right and OBS right here. So let's move into the unboxing here now. But just the only issue I've had with the Blade 18 is the flickering. There's a flickering issue still going on that they're working on with software. So TCam says, just wish it had a number pad. That's true. The Blade 18, I wish it had a number pad too for its size. And different Aero key designs too. That's another minor gripe. But I have been loving and enjoying my Blade 18. Really, really good. So this is the external box. And this is the secondary box. There was a bigger box that was over this one. So we can undo this, and here's our power adapter. All right, so this is a 230 watt power adapter. You can see right there, and I believe it's a GAN power adapter. It is fairly small for how much juice it puts out. And notice that this also comes with like a premium rubber wrapper to easily wrap up your cables when you throw it in your bag. That's nice. That's a nice touch that Razer does. So the power adapter being a smaller than average one, also notice the cable is braided on the power adapter. That's a minor thing, but it's something that other laptop manufacturers are not doing, and that's part of the Razer tax. Some of the stuff that you're paying for that's extra, right? That you don't even realize you're paying for it when you buy the laptop. So pulling this out, this thing is over 6 feet long. Is longer than my arm span, and that's cool. I love that. And notice that the power adapter right here is also reversible. Okay, so you can plug the laptop in like this or flip it around the other way and plug it in like that. So in that sense, it's also got a nice premiumness to the power plug, and it won't easily be unplugged, unlike most other laptop power plugs out there. The power cable, though, on the other hand, is fairly short. This guy is only probably 4 feet long. Okay, so you get a short power plug cable and a long power adapter cable. This cable, you could obviously get a longer one of this pretty cheap. Get like a 6-footer or whatever for not that much money if you wanted to extend it. All right, so here is the third box that the Blade 14 comes in. So I think the Blade 14 is very protected during shipping, which is great to see. Unlikely to take damage during shipment. All right, so when you unbox this guy, this is what you got. Right here, you have a Go Green with Razer, our commitment to sustainability. Again, part of the Razer tax, I guess. You know, all of this packaging is recyclable. So that's cool. I'm a big fan of sustainability and all that. So biodegradable airbags, soy ink, eco-friendly nature. Obviously not everyone's going to care about this, but I think some people will. So again, a little part of your Razer tax, I don't know, probably $15 or something like that, goes into these materials. It's part of the change that, you know, you're paying for. You know, like, it's not free to do those things, you know? Like, making those steps costs money. All right, so here's the laptop. It is wrapped in this kind of like, I don't know what you want to call this material, but it's kind of like a plasticky material. And then we also have all of these documents right here. All right. So here is all of the things here. So let's go over this. All right, thank you for choosing a Razer system. Go to support.razer.com. And you can also call this number. Notice that this number is a technical support number just for fixing your laptop, not to handle returns or anything like that. You got to use the online support for that stuff. But that's the number you'll need to remember or put in your speed dial for support. Congratulations, there is no turning back. Everyone knows that it's not just brute force that wins battles, it also requires strategy and agility, blah, 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 blah. But you can read that if you'd like. Blade 14. Looks like we got our little quick menu guide here. We got a array microphone, webcam, indicator light, built-in camera cover. Some of those are the again, extra features for the Razer tax, right? Speakers by THX Audio. All right, USB 4 ports, which are in the replacement of the Thunderbolt 4 because they are not Thunderbolt 4 compatible, but USB 4 ports have similar specs to Thunderbolt 4 in terms of its throughput. It just doesn't have the Thunderbolt 4 certification on them. So a lot of the same functionality, though, with USB 4, USB-C ports. Okay, with the appropriate power cord, then you can plug in and turn on the laptop. So you're just plugging it in first. And then the webcam, with the cover, if you see the red over the webcam cover on the laptop, that means the webcam is currently blocked physically. So you can't use Windows Hello or your webcam if you've got the cover, obviously. Looks like it's just a guide there to log into Synapse, registering your product. There you go. All right, and then we get some nice stickers. If you're into stickers, you could put these on your forehead if you want and be a Razer fanatic, or put them somewhere else, you know, wherever you want. I've never actually used any of the stickers, but that's cool. All right, and then we've got our microfiber cloth, which you can use this to obviously help wipe away any fingerprints that you get on the laptop itself. And after holding the laptop and setting it up and everything, you can see the Blade 14 here. Definitely got some fingerprint smudges right here. They're not super noticeable, but they're definitely going to be noticeable. Efforty Grass says, I paid the Razer tax. LOL, gotcha. Nice. Thanks for the $2 super chat. I appreciate it. All right, so here is the cloth that goes over the keyboard. And there is the keyboard layout itself. And this trackpad is awesome. It's large. It has a nice click to it. You can easily do 4 or 5 finger gestures on it. And because it's glass, it feels really premium. Going around the laptop real quick for a flex test. No flex, no flex, no flex, no flex, no flex. A little bit of flex up here, just a tiny bit. No flex, no flex. Going over the keyboard, just a little bit of flex over here in the middle. No flex in the keyboard. Very, very minimal flex. Like one of the most rigid laptops that I've seen to date that we reviewed all year. Super rigid build quality. All right. So the metal, all metal build here this is an all metal top as well. And it is not very bendy. All right. And another little premium edge feature here. It's kind of hard to see. I'm gonna try to show you in the light here. This has a little rubber rim edge thing going all the way around the display. Okay, so this helps make it a nice clean shunk down onto the aluminum when it comes down, and it makes it, you know, have a nice little magnetic like boop down onto it. So see if I can show you what I mean. And so like there's basically like rubber, you know, it's like rubberized connection touching all the way around, supporting the display as it connects to the laptop, you know. And I really like that. It makes the laptop have a nice clean edge line, you know. And it makes the laptop feel premium even when you're opening and closing it. You know, like if you've ever opened and closed a MacBook, you would know what I mean. Yeah, so you can open this with just one finger pretty easily. And yeah. Why do they say Razer is the MacBook of PCs? Primarily because of the unibody aluminum chassis. Almost no other Windows laptops have a unibody aluminum chassis, and all of the MacBooks have a unibody aluminum chassis. And then also the design ethos is very similar between Razer and Mac in terms of the touchpad size, quality, and keyboard layout is also very similar, usually like a centered keyboard layout in front of the touchpad. So that's probably why and pricing too. It's very, very pricing. Okay. All right. So there's the kind of overview of the outside of the laptop. I really like the design of the laptop in general. Notice the air intakes are very easy. You can see right through them, which is going to help airflow on a chassis like this. There's primarily 2 air intakes though. There might be air intakes on the keyboard as well, like going through the keys. Another 2 little grill vents here for air as well. But yeah, I think the thermals on this are going to be decent. We'll have to find out, you know, I don't know. I have not done any thermal testing on it whatsoever. So I don't know. Yeah, I just got everything set up on it. Very impressed with the build quality and feel of this thing. Like it is, when I hold this, I can tell it's a higher quality, more expensive product in my hands than say the Zephyrus G14. Not that the G14's like a cheap product, but it's like the G14's good. This is great, you know, in terms of build quality, right? So depends on what your focus is. All right, so let's go ahead and let's review the ports real quick. I like the idea of doing the ports next. So pulling up the official ports specifications here. Connectivity, Wi-Fi 6E with Bluetooth 5.3 is probably what we have in here. We have two USB-Cs, two USB 4 Type-Cs with power delivery and DisplayPort 1.4, HDMI 2.1, and two USB 3.2 Gen 2 Type A ports as well. So then we have a 3.5 millimeter headphone microphone adapter port. So let's go ahead and show you those. So we have USB-C. See if we can get a good camera angle. There we go. So right here we have USB 4. So right here we have a USB 4, which has similar specs, at least on paper, to Thunderbolt 4, but it doesn't have Thunderbolt 4 certification. USB-A 3.2, Gen 2, HDMI 2.1, and a Kensington lock port right there. No ports on the back of the device. On the left side, we have our power adapter port that is reversible, a USB-A 3.2 Gen 2, and then a USB 4 USB-C, and our headset port. Now notice there's only 4 total USBs on here. I prefer 5, and there is no mini display port. There's no SD card slot of any kind. So you do have DisplayPort 1.4 support on the USB 4s, so you can do high resolution, high display output through those, or use USB 4 docking stations that can help you do, have keyboard and mouse and hook it up to a display and all of that all in one port. And of course, these also have power delivery. So you can power the laptop through the USB-C 4s, but it's not going to be as good as using the official power adapter port. You're going to get full power of the 230 watts going through here, and this is going to be less. I'm not sure the exact specifications rated for powering with USB-C on here, but it's probably at least 60 watts, probably 100 watts or more though. So, yeah. So those are the ports on the Blade 14. And let's go into, let's see here, what do we have next? So we've done the ports. We're ready to disassemble the laptop and check for upgradability. Also, I guess I would like to do like kind of quality checking on the keyboard. Look for any loose keys or any keys that are not functioning correctly. Everything is functioning well. All the keys feel good and they feel locked in. So that's good. You always want to check that when you buy a new laptop. Make sure that they're good. Like your tilde key or some other random key is just not working on you, and then you don't discover it for a long time, and then boom, suddenly it falls off or something. You don't want that, obviously. So yes, I think we are ready to take the bottom off. Let's go ahead and take the bottom off now. All right. Is that rear grille by the screen intake or exhaust? Effort Crass, thanks again for the super chat. Let's see here. Over here, this is exhaust. So air comes in the bottom of the laptop and likely through some of the areas around the keyboard here, and then gets exhausted right here at the back of the laptop. This is the only exhaust. There's no exhaust on the side, so the airflow goes in the keyboard, in the bottom, and then out the back. You're talking about these guys right here. This is another view angle where you can see the exhaust right here. All right. Okay. This is gonna be, you're gonna need a specialized screwdriver head for this one. Let's see if it's a T5. It appears to be a T5. Let me just double check. Yeah, it's a T5. So you'll need a specialized hex shape screwdriver head. You can get these off Amazon for really cheap if you need to, but I use this laptop kit, this iFixit laptop kit. There's a link in the description to the kit I use for opening my laptops. All right, so there's one screw. Two screws. Three screws. Four. Five. Six. 7, 8. So there's 8 total screws. They appear to be all the exact same size. So no needing to swap them around. Let's see if I can just take this off with just my fingers. I don't know if I will be able to or not. Feels like it's kind of coming up. Yeah, there it is. Super easy to get this to come up. Just kind of gently wiggling it though. It feels like something is still latched here in the back. Today there are no sponsorships. People are more important than beliefs. This is one of the core values that I hold. And so this is a shirt for a group called Houston Oasis that I like to go to every now and then. But I love this shirt. So just rocking that for today. All right. See if we can get this to come up. There we go. So I just got to pull it up a little bit. And there it goes. All right, so we're going to have to reposition the camera here in a second. There's the internals on the Blade 14. What do we got under this? Can we see? Ooh, look at that. Upgradable SODIMM slots. Notice as well that we have a full-size 2280 SSD here. So that's really great to see. That gives us a lot of upgradability options. And I love the fact that it's also not soldered for any of the memory. So you're able to take this all the way up to 64 gigs of RAM if you want to. This is a distinct advantage over the the Zephyrus G14, which has soldered RAM for one of the sticks, and only one of them is upgradable. How much is this laptop? I believe it was $26.99 for the 4070 version. All right. Beautiful. Let's take a look here. Let's see here. So just verifying our battery capacity size. It is a 68 watt-hour battery. Notice our speakers are reverse facing. All right, so we have two sets of speakers here, reverse facing and reverse facing. It looks like there's multiple components to the speakers as well, not just a single component. Beautiful. All right, and if you were to take this laptop apart, you want to upgrade the RAM or SSDs, what you're going to want to do is unplug the power first. So you take like a little tool like this, and it looks like they have a little sticker here to help you. But it didn't really help me very much. So it looks like this black I don't think you're going to want to pull this out just like this, but maybe. Does this come up first? Some of these are going to just go straight back. There it is. Yeah, so this just goes straight back for the power right here. You don't need to flip anything up or loosen anything. You just use a plastic pry tool like this and just pull it back. And now we can, if we wanted to, we can go ahead and take the RAM out. And we can see what brand of RAM it is. So we can see that it's a SK Hynix DDR5 5600 RAM. So they're actually running faster RAM, but they're 4800 actually on the motherboard, which is interesting. And at least according to XMG, that RAM is supposed to be likely overclockable to a higher speed, maybe 6000 or 6400. I don't think that Razer's going to support that in this laptop, but it's interesting that they have that nice RAM. That RAM should be pretty nice. Now the SSD is just trying to find the brand if I can. Okay, let me just go ahead and take the SSD out because I want to be able to see exactly if you can fit a double-sided SSD in here or not. Okay, so notice that this is a single-sided SSD included in here. All right. But looking at the depth here, I don't know if you can, let me see if I can zoom in for you to see this. Looking at the depth here, there's quite large gaps here, like right here. These pads here are quite large. If you took those little pads away, you might be able to fit a double-sided SSD in here, probably no problem, if I were to guess. Depending on how thick that double-sided SSD was. But, you know, my guess is it's going to fit in there just fine. Yeah, you would just need to take those little rubber things away. Maybe put thinner little thermal tape things in there instead. So I like that. You'd probably be able to squeeze that in there. Not guaranteed. But I think most likely a double-sided would fit. All right. So this also, you can see, I do love the clean look of the underside of this laptop, by the way. I suppose it's a little bit of the Razer tax is just the cleanness of the interior here, but you can see how well designed this is. There's almost no space in the entire underside that is not being utilized to the max. You know, like this thing is just, it's a really well designed in terms of like efficiency. Which, you know, Razer's goal when they put this together, they were telling me on the call when I was talking to their marketing guys, they're basically saying they're targeting the most possible GPU performance and performance in general for its total size. You know what I mean? Like trying to condense and make it as efficient and the most performance in a compact form factor. So vapor chamber cooling here, so the hot air or the hot thermals are going to warm up right here in the middle, and then they're going to travel, the vapor is going to travel out here to the fan outtakes right here and right here. Now FRD Grass, you want a better view of this. Yeah, these grills, I think you're talking about these grills right here. I think you're talking about these grills right here. They don't appear to do much because all of the heat fins are on right here to right here. These are the heat fins on the laptop. See if I can get this to focus a little better. But there are a lot of heat fins right inside of here, all the way to here. But this middle section doesn't really have anything. Yeah, so essentially, the nice thing about a vapor chamber, okay, the advantage of a vapor chamber over heat pipes is that a vapor chamber can basically use the full amount of cooling for either the GPU or the CPU completely, because all of the, if it's just the CPU or if it's just the CPU or just the GPU running, then it can, you know, it'll go right to the exhaust either way. And in addition, the nice thing about vapor chamber is it can also cover the VRMs and keep everything cool on the motherboard. Like you just get a lot more coverage, unless the heat pipe design is really, really good. I think Asus is usually really good about their heat pipe design to be very competitive with vapor chambers, and they do use vapor chambers too also sometimes. But yeah, like you get, I think this is an example where you get a distinct advantage having the vapor chamber. In that you can do 100% thermal load on just the CPU or just the GPU, depending on what you need the laptop to do. Okay, so when you put this thing back together, you want to make sure you're getting the little lip edges on the back row in and then kind of slide in. It's just like the Blade 18, similar design. So basically, I don't know, you probably want to kind of put it in at a little bit of an angle. Almost, and make sure it gets in there and then slides back into it. All right, and so to verify this, you can kind of look along the edge here along the back to make sure that it's fully snug, and that all the other edges are also fully snug, because you don't want to have that, you don't want to put a bunch of screws in and then realize, oh, this is actually not snug there on the back. And it is looking tight and in, so I think we're good to go. Looks like I need to switch my screwdriver head. And at some point, I think I knocked a couple of screws around because I'm missing 2 screws. I have to look on the ground for them. Okay. Apple gouges you on storage. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Apple gouges you like crazy on storage. And they used to let you upgrade it, but now a lot of the storage is not upgradable. So it just depends. That is one area that is, I have owned several Macs a while ago, back when they used to use NVIDIA GPUs, and then I could use Windows Boot Camp on them. I did like that back then. But yeah. Nowadays, I mean, I think Apple is really cool Like their products are really like amazing, have amazing engineering on them, but their design ethos, software ethos, everything about them just does not care about gamers. And so like that was part of the, you know, they didn't care about gamers, so they were like, oh, we can get rid of the NVIDIA GPUs. And that's when I completely lost interest in Macs. So until they actually show like that they care about gamers and they want to support high-end PC gaming again, I'm just not interested. I know they recently did a code launch to allow additional games to be imported more easily into iOS or Mac OS, but we'll have to see how well that turns out. Okay, so I'm missing 2 little screws. Let's see if I can find them on the ground here. Okay, I found 1. All right, well, I'm sure that screw is in here. I'll find it before I send this back to Razer. The nice thing about this unibody aluminum chassis is that it'll be just fine with 1 missing screw. It's like so strong and so stable. Like it's not even gonna, you're not even gonna notice the missing screw. But what's the total power of this laptop's graphics card? We're gonna find that out. We are going to find that out today. Okay. Let me get this thing plugged in. There it goes. Beautiful. Yeah, it's unlikely they're ever going to put NVIDIA in an Apple computer again. Yeah, I don't think that they will. I think that most likely they never will. But I'm just hoping that their native silicon that Apple makes will have better gaming support. So there's Windows Hello. There it logged me in right there. I can do that for you a couple more times to see how fast it can go. So it's getting faster. There you go. So Windows Hello working really fast and really well. Just know that if Windows Hello is not working, you may have the little cover here. There's a little webcam cover here at the top that you need to make sure is not brought over. Let's take a look at the camera on this. Let's see how good the camera is. All right, so let's take a couple photos. All right. So, let's just let's zoom in on these a little bit. You can actually see pretty good hair detail on this webcam. Like that's probably the biggest indicator right now of webcam quality for me is how well does it actually show my hair in my beard when I do a picture. You know, that's a big part of, for me, webcam quality, and this appears to be pretty dang detailed all around. Let's go back into the camera app again. So it's pretty wide angle as well. You know, like that is really good quality. Actually, that's far above average for a webcam. I'm not gonna lie. For a gaming laptop webcam, that's definitely above average. So I'm not like, it's not quite as good as my Blade 18 webcam, but that's pretty dang good. I'd say it's a little dark on the exposure right now, but maybe that's because I've got such strong backlighting. I don't know. But yeah, good webcam, I would say. All right, so what else we need to test out? Test the keyboard and mouse. Let's talk in detail about the keyboard and mouse. Okay, so notice the keyboard layout. Okay, you got these arrow keys. I don't love the fat left and right arrow keys. I wish these were half-size arrow keys, so it's a little bit easier to tell where your fingers are. I have gotten a little bit more used to them, having my Blade 18 for 6 months now, but yeah, don't love the arrow key layout. They feel fine though to use. Generally, I don't know. I definitely prefer like full-size arrow keys or whatever. But they did that to keep this symmetrical and a line and everything. So that's why they did that. The keyboard backlight is very bright. Like it's so bright that it's almost blowing out my camera right now in terms of exposure. So let me turn off some lights here. And so there's a top row of function. Oh, it is so bright, it is blowing out my camera. Okay, so that is off. That is one level of brightness. That is 3 levels of brightness up. And I would say that this level of brightness is about the level of brightness of most gaming laptops. Okay, and then we have a whole bunch more levels of brightness to go up in terms of brightness levels. And yeah, my cracked lens right now, I really need to get a lens cap cover replacement. I can't get this lens cover off my lens, and it's causing these little artifacts on the live stream, little cracks in the lens. Yeah, overall, this keyboard is super bright. And I like in the Razer Synapse software, see if I can show you. I'll show you the Synapse software in a little bit, but know that the secondary functions up here, like mute, volume up, down. This is the display button to change your display settings. You've got fast forward and rewind. Got fast forward, pause, play, and rewind. And then you also have brightness down, brightness up. And then over here we have keyboard brightness down and up. And then print screen and delete/insert, and then our power button here. And if you just tap the power button, nothing happens, okay? You actually have to hold the power button down for like a half second at least in order for it to register. So just accidentally touching it is not gonna be a problem. Notice that the backspace key here is a little bit smaller than your typical backspace key on a Razer keyboard, or in most, okay? So, yeah. Now, other than that, we have a caps lock light up cap right here. That's nice. There's not much else other than that. I would say that a lot of these little side function keys over here, like the tab, tilde key, shift, these are a little bit smaller than your normal keyboard size. And then the keyboard in general, I would say that the keyboard in general is slight. Yeah, it's just slightly smaller than like my Blade 18 keyboard, for example, right? So some people might need to get used to it, but it's really not a very big size difference, comparatively speaking. Here, I can show you my Blade 18 right next to the Blade 14 here, so you can see a side-by-side. Let me turn the lights back on as well. So there's the Blade 18 keyboard. You can see it's pretty dirty after I used this laptop for 6 months, but the Aero keys, about the same size, but like these keys are all just a little bit bigger. Like the shift key is longer, the enter key is longer. All of these are a little longer. All of these keys over here are a little bit longer as well. And the top row is also a little bit taller versus the Blade 14 keyboard, where you can see where these ones, this top row, they're a little bit smaller sized, and these ones are a little bit narrower on the right side here as well. And of course, that's just because of the 14-inch size, right? I don't think that's going to affect too many people. Most people will be able to type on the Blade 14 really well, no problem. Okay, so, and that's the total size difference with the Blade 14 and Blade 18 side by side with each other. Very nice. All right. And the trackpad size. That's the Blade 18 trackpad size. It's like the biggest trackpad on a laptop these days. And that's the Blade 14 trackpad size. And it's not that much smaller. Look at how massive this trackpad is on the Blade 14. That is definitely part of the Razer tax that you're paying for this laptop. There are basically no other laptops in the 14-inch category that will have a trackpad this large. So, yeah, that's definitely a big part of it. And I do really like the trackpad. It feels great to use. And it is going to make a lot of people very happy, I think, in terms of long-term usability. So if you use the trackpad all the time, the Blade 14 trackpad is an upgrade over the competition. So am I the only one that thinks having function characters under number characters just doesn't look right? Not sure what you mean. Okay. All right. So we have done all of these items, and now we're on to our display test. So let's see how bright this display is on the Blade 14. I'm also going to go and get my mouse plugged in. Cool. All right. Let me go ahead and get the key typed in here. Cool. All right, so we're going to do display analysis with color, gamut, and brightness test. Let's go ahead and get those going. This hinge feels really stiff, by the way. Like I move it, and it feels really stable and sturdy, even with this Spider 5 Elite on there. So just wanted to point that out. Anybody have a keyboard and mouse recommendation? Not too expensive. The Holy Taco, if you want a cheap gaming mouse that's easy to transport and has a long battery life, I've been using this one. The Logitech G305. Logitech G305. It's got Lightspeed gaming tech in it, so it's basically like zero latency. I think it costs $35 or like 40 bucks or something. It's really cheap. But I've been using it on my laptops for my portable mouse for a couple years now, and I've only had to replace the battery like once every 3 months or something. You can use rechargeable AA's. It takes one AA to run it. It's definitely not a high-end mouse. It's very basic in terms of its functionalities, but it's simple, so I like that. And then in terms of in terms of keyboard, I should probably put these links in the description, but I've been doing this other Logitech keyboard for my desktop lately. And let's see here, what is it? It's a G915. It has the same Lightspeed technology for wireless gaming. This one, the battery didn't last as long though. And it uses a micro USB to charge it, which I don't like. I wish it was USB-C. I don't like having to have micro USB gadgets laying around because that's like a really old technology and it charges really slowly. But yeah. But overall, you know, I have to just charge it like once every like few weeks probably, and it's a rechargeable battery, so you don't actually have to replace it at all. So I like that it's a rechargeable battery, but it's a more expensive keyboard. So it's not a cheap one, but it is a perky RGB backlit keyboard. So it's like, I think 150, 200 bucks or something. All right, so the important thing to keep in mind about this Spider 5 Elite is it does underestimate the color gamut by like 7-8% approximately. So that's probably the key thing when looking at the color gamuts here. I say that mainly because it's just in reference to other color gamut checkers. I usually see this underestimate versus the other ones. So that said, I think it's very good for its nits, brightness, and contrast calculations. And in general, it's pretty consistent with its color gamut calculation as well. Just it usually underestimates compared to other color gamut checkers. Okay, 100% of Adobe, 100% of sRGB, 88% of Adobe RGB, 93% of the P3 color gamut. So that essentially means around 95% Adobe and close to 100% of the P3 color gamut. Which is really, really phenomenal colors. It's basically a professional level screen that you can do professional graphic design and video editing work with. We got 497 nits brightness. That's phenomenal. 980:1 contrast ratio. That is very good, but it's not like, I guess it's good. That's a good contrast, not amazing. It's just good. Like mediocre contrast is going to be like 800:1. 900 is decent. Close to 1,000:1 is about where a lot of the higher quality laptop displays are. OLED and mini LEDs are like thousands and thousands to one. So like, you know, it's like in a whole nother level of ballpark. But for this type of a display, this is very good levels of nits brightness and contrast that we're seeing here. So this is a phenomenal laptop display. 500 nits actually rated brightness. We're hitting it. You know, so like that's one thing I've noticed is some of these laptops, you know, they say they're 500 nit displays, but when I test them, I almost never hit it. And sometimes I go over it Like my Blade 18, it was rated to 500 nits, but we actually got like 550 or something like that on it, or 570 or something for the nits brightness, which is awesome. So this is really good. The Stealth 14, I think, was around 400 nits brightness. Let me see what we got on the G. Let me go ahead and pop into our G14 review and see the display test for the G14. So the G14 tested almost the same for the Adobe and P3, and brightness was only 427. So yeah, this thing is about 73-ish nits brighter, 72 nits brighter than the Blade. Like the Blade 14 is brighter, and the Blade 14 also has better contrast ratio than the Zephyrus G14 in terms of display quality. So with the mini LED is supposed to be 100 nits brighter. So that would make it probably more competitive with this, because that was the non-mini LED G14 version. Okay. So MacBooks do have mini LED, and they're just super bright, and they're super gorgeous and super contrasty. Display quality in terms of color gamut is so good on MacBooks. The problem with MacBooks, they have a terrible response rate delay that make them just downright terrible for gaming. Like they're like the response rate of laptops from like 20 years ago. It's still that way on the MacBook. There's like so if you want a game on your laptop, a Mac is just awful for that, in my opinion. Unless it's just slow-paced casual gaming, then the Mac's going to be okay. But yeah. Okay. All right. Awesome. So there's our brightness test. Let's do a quick couple of examples over here on YouTube, and look at like OLED 4K footage. All right, so this is one that I commonly look at. Okay, so this is gorgeous. It is like the display is not glossy, but it's bright enough that it gives the impression of what a lot of glossier, like lower nits brightness displays look like. The colors on this are popping really well. The level of contrast ratio is really good. The detail and clarity is really amazing because it's, you know, a QHD display. And this is, yeah, this is a great laptop display. Much better than the Blade 15. Now, is this as good as an OLED display? Not in terms of total brightness, not in terms of contrast, but it's not that big of a difference, I don't think, between an OLED display and this one. And the nice thing about this display is that since it's not OLED, you don't have to deal with burn-in issues. So like, people don't talk about burn-in issues, but I have seen laptops that have OLED displays that had burn-in. And if you're not aware of it and you're not careful about it, like if you keep the same desktop background all the time, or you keep the start menu button up there all the time, eventually you're going to have burn-in with OLED happen. So you got to be smart about it if you're going to go with an OLED display route, to make sure that there's nothing on your screen all the time that's the same. Because like 2 or 3 years from then, you're going to end up with some burn-in. So that would be the biggest thing. And then the nice thing of the fact this is not the main downside of a mini LED display is that there is a halo effect around like bright objects on dark backgrounds, and you don't have to deal with that, this being just a pure IPS display. So yeah, like, I don't think this is the brightest screen out there. I don't think this is the best contrast display out there that money can buy, but this is excellent. And in the 14-inch category, this is the highest quality display that I have tested so far in 2023 in a 14-inch laptop chassis, and I've done 3 of them now. This is my third premium gaming laptop in the 14-inch category. So, yeah, very, very good display on this Blade 14. Okay, let's go to our next test. Is going to be fan noise testing with the decibel meter. So I'm going to have to get my SSD out here. We're going to see how loud this laptop gets under load. Is it a screamer? I don't think it will be. Would you recommend a T7 external SSD or a SanDisk external SSD? I think external SSDs can be super useful. Like I use an external SSD to run all the games on these laptops these days. Instead of having to download and recopy them, I just keep them all updated on one SSD. So that's nice. The tricky part, wow, this thing's so bright. The screen's so bright now, everything else looks so dark. So I've turned the brightness down on the display to kind of balance out the image that I'm capturing here. Okay. So let's get Time Spy running in the background here. I suppose I can zoom in on the display for now. The tricky part is, ideally, if you're going to get an external SSD, I would get a USB-C SSD or Thunderbolt 4 SSD enclosure. So that way you can have really high transfer speeds and basically be able to run full applications off of the SSD. Yeah. Projay says, no perfect display out there. You get what you want. Just make sure it's a 16 by 10. I think some people will prefer 16 by 10, but others are going to prefer 16 by 9. Depends on who you are and how well the laptop is designed. I think the thing about a lot of 16 by 9 displays is that a lot of laptop manufacturers just had big old chins on the top and bottom. And a lot of the 16 by 10 designs just took a similar size chassis and just made it a similar size, but with a bigger screen. And I loved that. But some of these laptops, like the Omen 16 that I recently reviewed, had a 16 by 9 aspect ratio, 16-inch, and it still had a big old chin on it, and it didn't have to have a big old chin on it. So to me, the biggest thing about a 16 by 9 or 16 by 10, regardless, is how big are the chins on the device, because that can influence a lot of other aspects of about the device. So. Okay, so we're going to be running graphics test 2. We're going to run it in a windowed mode, and we're going to loop it. Let's go ahead and just get that started. So let's go over Razer Synapse. So Razer Synapse is the Razer control software, okay? You go to your Razer Blade 14 here. Inside of here, you can adjust whether you want gaming mode to be enabled or just enable it when you launch a game. You can switch the function keys, which are the F1 through 12 keys, this top row right here. You can make this top row either primarily F1, 2, 3, 4, or you can make them multimedia keys. And I like making them multimedia keys because I use these to pause, play music, turn volume up, down, turn the brightness up and down. Like, I like that functionality. I like one-tap functionality rather than having to press Fn. So if I need to press F2, I have to press Fn and then F2 to make it back into the F2 key. So it's an advantage and disadvantage, but I love that Razer lets you do this in the Synapse software, because that's the way I got addicted to, the way that Apple designed their computers, where the functionality key is the multimedia key, and most Windows laptops didn't have that. And so I really love that Razer does this, and that's one of the things that drew me to the Razer Blade 18, the one-tap multimedia key functionality of the keyboard. Now, you can see that under Performance tab, there's different tabs up here. We have Customize, Performance, Display, Battery, and Lighting. And under the Performance tab, let me turn the brightness down a little bit more because the screen is still blowing out. It's so bright, even at like 1/3 brightness. And I have my camera brightness set to -3 stops right now. So anyway, under Performance tab, we have three primary power profiles. You got Balanced, Silence, and Custom. Now under Balanced, there's some customization. You have auto fans, or you have manual fans. And so you could make the fans real quiet if you want. And balanced mode will keep the laptop at a pretty high power level. But it's gonna get hot. If you go down low fans with balanced mode, it's gonna get warmer. If you go to balanced mode, high fans, you're gonna run max fans here. And that's gonna keep the laptop pretty cool. In general, I would recommend keeping the fans on auto unless you're going to be gaming, and then once you get done gaming, turn them back off of max fans. When you're in the game, you can switch it to manual max fans if you want to have the coolest possible temperatures. Now, under silent mode, there are no customizations. It's just going to try to power limit the CPU and GPU down quite a bit and reduce the fan noise as much as possible. Under custom mode, there are 4 different CPU customizations: low, medium, and high, and boost. And for GPU, there's low, medium, and high. And there's also a max fan speed mode. This max fan speed mode is only available when you've set CPU to boost and GPU to high. So you can basically get maximum possible performance in this mode. This is the best performance mode. And if you don't have max fan button checked, then it's on auto fans. This is on auto fans right now. It will ramp up or ramp down, but usually when it's on boost and high, a little bit of fans are going to keep going on the regular. Okay. So if you want no fan noise, if you want like a nice balance of acoustics, my recommendation is probably just doing balanced and auto mode. That's like a nice balance of acoustics and performance. Most likely, at least it is on my Blade 18. If I go to custom though, and do boost and high and max fans, the Blade 18 can get pretty loud. So let's see how loud the Blade 14 gets when it's on max fans. So, well, first, let's make it silent and let's get a baseline for our sound, okay? So we're gonna come down here. Scoot this back just a little bit more. There we go. For our bass acoustics, let's say it's 43 for our bass decibels. All right, so let's go ahead and jump into custom mode. So this is starting to ramp the fans just a little bit in the background just to keep air flowing through the system at all times so that the laptop is ready to go for maximum possible performance. So let's go ahead and see how loud this gets without checking the max fan button. So that's all we have checked. There is a workload. Right now we have Time Spy running in the background, okay? Time Spy is running in the background right now. $49.6 decibels for the GPU boost mode. That's pretty dang impressive in my book. Yeah. Looks like we're missing a few items from our overlay. Let me show you what I mean here. So right now we don't have CPU temperature, CPU clock speed up here in the graph. So I'm gonna open up HW info real quick and slap those things into the graph overlay or into the MSI Afterburner overlay here. All right, so to do this, we're just gonna slide down to where's our CPU clocks? CPU core clocks, okay, right here, yeah. So we can just double click. Actually, let's go to this and then we'll do RTSS settings, show value in OSD. And then I also want CPU temperature and package power. So there's the package power, and here is the temperature. There we go. Okay, so now here we have our CPU right here. We have our CPU temps, CPU clock speed, and our CPU wattage right here. It's not up here all together, so it's kind of a bummer, but it is what it is. Okay. Prey J says you should try Furmark plus Prime 95 sometime, not for benchmarking, but for thermals. The problem with doing those is it's an unrealistic workload. Furmark and Prime 95 are both like, they're not a realistic game load, basically, is what I'll say. Okay. So looking at our stats for our actual test, that's why I like TimeSpy. TimeSpy is like a very realistic game load that'll reflect most modern video games in terms of thermals and performance a lot more closely. Okay, so our GPU right now, in this GPU boost mode, right? We are in, keep in mind, we're in custom GPU boost. We don't have max fan checked though. Not yet, at least. Now we're doing 105 watts, 106 watts, 108 watts to the GPU. Our GPU core clock is only 2250, and this is an RTX 4070. The Asus Tough that we did 2 days ago, we were doing 2340 for our max boost clock. That was with a slight overclock. So this is pretty dang close to that clock speed. But notice that we're occasionally dropping down our wattage and clock speed on the GPU. Now our GPU temp is 69 degrees Celsius. That's really good. We're staying right below 70 with not even turning on max fans right now. Our CPU temp, 63 degrees. That's phenomenal. Only 17 watts of power going through this Ryzen chip right now. Not much is needed to keep us pumping on TimeSpy with some good frame rates. I love that. Yeah. These are really good thermals, though. I will say the one thing is, like, this GPU does keep dropping down the voltages to get a little bit lower boost clock at certain times. It's like it's not maintaining this higher level of boost clock. So if I was to tune this, I would probably tune it to try to lock it to a voltage a little bit below where it, like a little bit below, like in the 90 watt range. And then I would try to overclock it to say 2300 lockstep. I could try to do that real quick. Let's turn on max fan mode here. All right, checking max fan mode. All right, so the fans are gonna ramp up as loud as they can possibly go. And hopefully we'll see maybe a slight drop in temperatures to the GPU. We saw 66 degrees on the GPU there for a moment, but back to 70, 63 here. We got to obviously give it a little bit of time. I hear the fans ramping up. It takes a little while for Razer fans to ramp up. like 10, 15 seconds usually to reach full speed. They're probably pretty close to full speed now. .6 decibels. That's lower than average for a max fan laptop, right? When most gaming laptops go to max fans, usually it's over 56, 57, 58 decibels, somewhere in that range. So 55 decibels is good. .5, that's good. But let's see our temps. Did our temps actually improve? Now that it's had a minute or two here to actually potentially change the temps. Okay, so our GPU temp, it went down from 70-ish at the peak. Now we're doing 66, 68. Our CPU also dropped in temps down to 58 degrees Celsius right now on the CPU. That is phenomenal temps for a 14-inch super thin all metal laptop. Really phenomenal temps there. Also, I want to point out something it's minor, but do you guys see how there's like very little reflection on this screen? You know how most of the time when I do my laptops, I turn these lights off behind me. Okay, these lights right behind me, I have to turn them off because the screen glare on the display itself is so bad, you can't hardly see anything on the display. But right now, this Blade 14, we can easily see everything on the display with just a slight tinting of RGB color from the behind lights. That's pretty amazing. Like, I actually really like that. Someone says, you're locked to 60 FPS. Absolutely. I don't think so. I think it's just hitting right around 60 FPS. It may be. You know, you might be right. Why would it be locked to 60 FPS though? It shouldn't be. I mean, it's 55 there. I think it wasn't 45 now. Let's see if it ever goes above 60. That might impact thermals, you know, if it's actually capping at 60. It would be weird if it was capping at 60 though. GPU usage is going below. Yeah, you're right. We are only hitting 77 GPU utilization. Why would it be capping at 60 though? Go into our display. We're set to 60 hertz refresh rate. Let's switch it to 240 hertz. Let's see, does that help us out? Oh, that crashed our time spy. Let's try running it again. Yeah, you guys are absolutely correct. I believe it was capping at 60, probably because of that Razer refresh rate being set at 60. And so it artificially capped us. There we go. Now we're doing 72, 68, 72. Yeah, so we should be able to go above 60 now. So this is going to be a better example for our thermals, right? Because obviously, if it was not pushing the max frame rates, it was. So we got to redo the non-max fan as well if you want to see a realistic temp. Yeah, 87 FPS, 88 FPS now. That also explains why our GPU clock and wattage was dropping below 100 quite often. Yeah, our CPU wattage is also pulling a little bit harder now too. We were doing 16, 17 watts mainly. Now we're doing 25 watts. Yeah, this is better. For sure, this is doing a better job taxing the CPU, GPU. Okay, refreshing our knowledge of the thermals now, right? We're starting fresh. That last test was not realistic. All right, so our GPU wattage is staying up above 100 most of the time now. At least it did the last 15, 20 seconds, which is great to see. Our GPU temp, 70 degrees, 71 degrees. This is maximum fans right now. 55.5 decibels. 68 degrees, 71 degrees on that CPU. Excellent temps for such a thin laptop. Absolutely excellent temperatures. You gotta keep in mind, like when we did the same test with the Zephyrus G14, the G14 was almost thermal throttling on that GPU up in the 85, 87 degrees range, and it did thermal throttle, at least in max performance mode. It was pulling a little more wattage than what we're seeing in this Blade 14 though. So keep that in mind, but we're not seeing anywhere even close to thermal throttling on the Blade 14, which is phenomenal. All right, that's phenomenal. Still, overall, very cool temperatures for this laptop, but let's go ahead and turn off maximum fans now and see what we get, okay? So under performance, we'll disable max fans. This is going to quiet the fans quite a bit, and our temperatures should spike. We were 62 degrees CPU, 70 on the GPU. Let's see how spicy these temps get. Project says, the laptop's fully metal though, so if it's cool but the skin is hot, then it would cancel out the good internal thermals. True, kind of. It depends on if you're actually putting your hands on the keyboard when you play, for example. And I can tell you that the left wrist rest right now on this Blade 14 is warm, but not hot. After it was running there for, we've been running for almost, what, 7, 8, 10 minutes almost now. The left wrist rest is warm, but not hot. It'd be comfortable to use this still in an air-conditioned environment, I think. But I think it's going to get a little bit warmer now that we're not running max fans. Ooh, 109 watts to that GPU. Saw that number for quite a while there, for several seconds in a row. 108 there, 109 again. 75, 77 degrees. We're still spicying up our temps on the GPU. 68 degrees on the CPU, so getting a bit spicier. 74 now on the CPU. 74 on the GPU as well. We're still not even anywhere close to thermal throttling on the CPU or GPU. I give it 2 thumbs up so far. Its first impressions are really, really good. Let's go ahead and see how loud we are now. All right. So we are in GPU boost, CPU boost, or like the maximum CPU, GPU modes right now with auto fans. And we're doing 51 point something decibels. .5 decibels approximately. And let's take a look at our temps one more time. .75 degrees on the GPU, 74 on the CPU, still excellent, still moderately quiet. Now, if we were to go in here and do low, what do we get for our boost clocks? Or what's our wattage now? So our wattage was doing we were doing over 100, like 105 to 110 watts. Now we're doing basically capping at 90. and our CPU is doing like 15. So still enough performance to actually play almost all games, no problem. And our temps are also coming down right now. Interesting. That's cool. Like it's cool that you just have like instant control. Be like, oh, this is a CPU bound game, so let me go ahead and just put my CPU to boost mode, but I'll keep my GPU on low, and then hopefully the CPU boosts more to boost your gaming performance in your CPU bound game. If you know what your games need, you can definitely tune your laptop even better for each gaming experience. That's exactly what I do on my Blade 18. If I want more CPU power, I might switch into custom mode and do CPU boost or whatever, you know. So, all right, so let's try out some of these other. Let's try out balanced mode on auto. All right, so we are on balanced mode now. Auto fans. Let's see how we do. Do I know anything about a refreshed 4090 mobile GPU that they would give more VRAM to? I don't know anything about that. Absolute. Sorry, man. Do you have to enable XMP for memory to get to the 5600 speed? Depends on the laptop. You know, like with some of the Asus laptops that come with 5600 memory, I know that some of those might allow you to go all the way to 5600 now with the new motherboard software updates. And yeah, you'd have to like basically update the BIOS settings to enable like an equivalent to it, like an XMP profile. And if you wanted to ever overclock to like 6000 or 6400 on 5600 memory, which you might be able to do, you'd have to use an XMP profile for that too. Blake says, look, I'm going to be that guy. How much FPS would this bad boy run on Fortnite? In the 200, probably 250 range on low settings. You know, if you're going for low settings, max frame rates, you're going to get like in that 200, probably 250 range. I believe at least 150, I would say as a minimum most of the time on low settings, full resolution. But we're not going to be testing Fortnite. We'll be testing a bunch of other games though today. I did do a bunch of testing with Fortnite with other laptops in the past. So if you watch my live streams from earlier in the year, you can see some examples of performance in Fortnite with similar GPUs. It runs really well though. It's gonna be a really good gaming experience in Fortnite. It should, in theory, it should be, unless there's some kind of driver issue or something. Okay, so 100 watts of power, 74 degrees Celsius, 66 degrees on the CPU. So 76 on the GPU, 66 on the CPU. Let's see how loud it is. Balanced mode auto fans, here we go. For a laptop that is super thin, super portable, this is a very quiet gaming system. 48.5 decibels. The one thing I will say about the fan noise is it is a little whistly, which is kind of the nature of, I think, the thinner grills and stuff. But for fun, let's say that you're someone who wants good performance. And let's do manual fan with low. Let's see what this is like. Manual fan, low. So this is prioritizing acoustics while still having good performance. Ooh. The fans are like completely quiet now. Like insanely quiet. We're still pulling 105 watts. I think we're going to thermal throttle I think we're going to thermal throttle at 87 degrees here pretty shortly. 84 right now, 81, 87. Have we hit thermal throttle? I think we've probably bounced off of thermal throttle there when we went to 87. The CPU, though, still hitting a good temp, 78. Like, these right now are the G14's temps, almost. Very similar to the G14 temps. But the fan noise, let's check out the fan noise. Let's see the sound here. Yeah, the laptop is basically entirely silent right now. It's whisper quiet. So that measurement right there was a little bit below what we had measured for our room decibel sound. Interesting. So now we're only doing 64 watts up here. 19 watts down here. We are thermal throttling, and so the power is having to come down on the GPU to prevent any kind of damage or anything. So our performance has been significantly reduced right now, but the laptop is super quiet. Okay, so let's see what we get when we go to silent mode, all right? So silent mode, let's go there. So I feel like I should run like max fans again just to help the laptop cool down for a moment. And then we can switch to silent mode and see what happens. So let's see how long it takes this laptop to cool down, all right? Because we were just running this thing with no fans, basically super, super quiet fans. I hear the fans ramping up, right? The fans are going back to max fans right now. I mean, I suppose the best way to lower the temps is to... Oh, well, no, you can't do that. Never mind. You can't run max fans that way. This is the best way to get the best temps. Balanced mode with max fans. We'll probably have the best temperatures all around. Wanderer Biz, dude, you managed to get a 4070 Tough F15. Cool, man. Congrats, dude. That's a hell of a deal. $105 watts, 76 degrees. Okay, our temps are quickly going back right in line with where they should be. Let's try jump into silent mode now. Silent mode has been engaged. So, in silent mode, how loud are we going to be? Let's find out. The fans are coming down right now. It's really quieting down a lot. $44. Okay, so this is like the fans running just a little bit. Not much, just a little bit. It was actually quieter when we did auto mode with no fans. So this is probably going to be a better blend of performance with some better acoustics. Let's see. 74 degrees right now. 67 on the CPU. Wow, these are actually pretty good temps. Considering how quiet it is, and still a decent amount of wattage going through that CPU, the GPU, 88 watts going through the GPU, 115, 16 watts going through the CPU. So we're getting about 85, 90% of the performance right now of the laptop at only 44 decibels of sound. That is incredibly quiet. That is incredibly quiet. This is going to be some good performance too. I think this would be enough to play your games pretty dang well. It's not going to be the best for keeping the wrist rest cool because I can feel the wrist rest. It definitely got warmer than it was when we were in like max fan mode or in like high fan, like louder fan mode. But yeah, I could see how people would love, people who are sensitive to acoustics are going to really love this laptop, the way it's tuned out of the box. It's going to be fairly quiet and it's going to still provide good levels of performance for its sound level. Okay, so there's your fan noise testing, detailed fan noise testing on every mode. Now we're going to go to our max fan mode, high, boost, let's go. Efforty to Grass with the $2 super chat. Blade specs say 5600 memory. Is it running at 5600? Let's find out. That's a good question. So to figure that out, I'm going to go ahead and get into HW info and I'm going to run it in summary mode. All right, and let's zoom in on that. So right here, our clock speed at 2800, you 2 times that, 5600. We are running at 5600. It looks like our sheet, yeah, our sheet here is incorrect. So we gotta fix this. This is a typo right here. This should be 5600 right here. All right. So yeah, we got fast RAM in this, faster than average, just like the Blade 18 and Blade 16 running at 5600. I love to see that. We'll have to see if that helps boost performance today. Okay. I need to run HW info again and do sensors only. All right, it's time to do Cinebench R23. Where I set up process lasso just as a means of ensuring test fairness between every laptop I do, so there's no like Windows update or some other shenanigans going on in the background to mess up my stats. I just go in here and set CPU priority to be above average. All right, so we're ready to benchmark this. Let's go ahead and do about 5 runs and see where we go. After 5 runs, then we'll do our 10-minute test. And while the 10-minute test is going on, we'll compare CPU performance with other 14-inch laptops out there. Okay, so out the gate, keep in mind we're running at maximum fans right now. 4.5 to 4.6 gigahertz across all cores. We are doing 60 watts, 61 watts of power. 76 degrees on the CPU. Wow. It's amazing that we can do 4.5, 4.6 gigahertz across all cores at such a low wattage and temperature. 15,987 for our first run. CPU package power peaked at 80 degrees Celsius. The most package power we got was 65 watts. Again, 4.5 to 4.6 gigahertz across all of the cores, and they're all performance cores. None of these are efficiency cores. That's the nice thing about AMD's choice of core systems, like the way they do their cores. Like Intel has done like high power performance cores and low power efficiency cores in their laptop systems. And it's pros and cons, right? It's a trade-offs going back and forth between these two. 16,122 for our second run. We actually went up a little bit in terms of performance, which is very interesting. Let me get you some numbers. So for reference, the Zephyrus G14, which pushes higher amounts of power through the system. We can give you that example here in a moment. So 4.64 gigahertz, 4.59, 4.50, 4.6, right around 4.6 gigahertz, 16,469. We're going up in performance consistently with each test. Surprisingly, actually, I was not expecting to go up in performance. What is this? It's like the CPU is getting warmed up and just getting going. Like what? All right. So 4.64, 4.6, staying above 4.6 gigahertz now. We're doing 66 watts, 83 degrees on the CPU. Very nice. Great temps, great wattage pull. It's not quite as high a wattage pull and temps that we were seeing on the G14 again. G14 just doing a full rip and getting the most performance out of the CPU. But if you want a little bit more balanced system, I guess, in terms of performance and performance and temps, this is, I think, a little bit more balanced. So 16,491. Let's just go ahead and stop this. And let's go into a 10-minute test. Let's let the laptop cool down for about 15 seconds. And so right here, let's just wait for it to get below 50 degrees Celsius. 55 right now. $50, $48. Okay. So 10-minute test, activate. Let's go. And we're going to also resetting our averages so we can get an exact average. Notice that we're starting out at 4.7 gigahertz. Now that we're fresh out of the gate. 4.7, 4.9 on some of the cores, 4.69 on some of the other cores. But hitting right around that 4.6, 4.7 range, averaging 4.7 across these cores right now. 83 degrees, 80 degrees average, 70 watts of power pull. Okay, so keep those numbers in mind. Let's take a look at what the Zephyrus G14 did with the exact same CPU. All right, so this is the G14 numbers right here. 4.7. All right, 4.7. 17,125. Okay, so we saw higher core clocks on the Zephyrus G14. We saw slightly higher performance on the Zephyrus G14, but not by much. I'm not seeing where it's showing temps here. Let's see here. I'd like it to show me some temperatures if I can. This is my live stream that I did with the G14. 95 degrees. So the G14 pulls higher wattage, 75 watts of power to that CPU. And when we used, I'm pretty sure we could pull higher wattage than that too if we used a laptop cooler to cool this down. Probably pull 80 watts. It basically maxes out at 80 watt pulls on the G14, but it also takes the temps up to 95 degrees, super spicy. And then thermal throttles down from there to 74. So very different design ethos here on the Blade 14. This is the Blade 14 now again. So 4.7, the performance is not that different. It's in the same ballpark of performance. 90 degrees now on that CPU, 75 watts of power. Actually, the exact same wattage pull now that the G14 was using. Though the G14 like rips at 80 right away, then thermal throttles down to 74. We just saw 79 for the first time just now, 79 watts. So it ripped all the way up to 80. Now 75.9. It's like the VRMs are like warming up and they're all juiced up now and they're ready to go or something, putting in the juice into that CPU to get the maximum possible performance. And our temps are also slowly climbing, 93 degrees. I think we're going to see thermal throttling here eventually if it's going to keep these wattage pulls as high as this. Very interesting to see. This is not typical laptop behavior. Usually a laptop doesn't need to warm up. Usually it just goes straight to high power level and then boom, it goes straight to high temps. And there is our first thermal throttle at 96 degrees and bounce back downward. 77.7 watts now. It's slowly creeping up with the wattage. What is this? This is very different than normally expected behavior. Blade 14 seems the premium laptop. Its competition can't compete. Out of box balance needs no tuning. Yeah, it seems like the Blade 14 was tuned really, really well. It's just so interesting. It's so interesting that now we're doing 78.8 watts of power, 97 degrees Celsius on the CPU, 79 watts of continuous power. Every run gets higher performance, 4.76. We just busted 4.9 gigahertz on that core for a moment there. 4.8 on that core, 4.79. Like our averages are over 4.7 gigahertz now. Like we are, I think it's beating the Zephyrus G14 in terms of consistent power draw pull performance. So it's going to be interesting. I think this 10-minute test actually might outperform the one-off runs, which have we ever seen that before? Almost always a 10-minute test is worse than the one-off runs because the one-off runs, usually have a bit more thermal load that they can like kind of lean into to reach maximum wattage and everything, and then it thermal throttles or power limit throttles down. But in this scenario, it's like launch, going faster and faster. Which laptop cooler would you recommend for a 14-inch? Well, the IETS GT500 was the laptop cooler that just crushed the other three coolers in terms of actual performance. And that will fit a 14-inch laptop, but you're going to have to use the smaller foam enclosure. So check out that laptop cooler live stream that I did a little while ago, and you'll be able to see exactly what I'm talking about. But I'm pretty sure that would help keep this thing cool enough to keep running. I mean, it's still pulling the maximum wattage. And thanks again for the $2 super chat. You just keep dropping these $2 super chats over and over. Can you check the Razer Blade 18 to see if this same behavior also applies to the Blade 18? That's interesting. I mean, I don't think the Blade, no, when I did the Blade 18 live stream, you can go back and check it, but I'm pretty sure that thing just straight rips to 130 watts and then power throttles down to 120 and maintains good levels of temps and decent levels of performance, but it just stays there. In this one, we just busted 80 watts. 84.2 watts is now our peak power pull. 84.2 watts being our peak power pull, 79.5 watts being consistent power pull, averaging higher now than the Zephyrus G14 in terms of average wattage pull over the 10-minute run. Super interesting. Okay, real quick, let's zip through. We got 3 minutes left. Let's take a look at some of the competition out there for CPU performance. So the Zephyrus G14 doing right around 17,000 Cinebench R23. The Gigabyte Aero 14 should get around 13,000, maybe a little less in this thin and light chassis. I'm guessing a little less, maybe like 10, 12,000, honestly. These are estimates that are put in by my assistant, Ellie. So we have to actually see some reviews on this one. Alienware X14, 15.4 thousand. Stealth 14, doing 14,000. Flow Z13, 18,300, because we've got an i9 13900 HS, the latest i9 chip in here. In theory, in the Flow Z13 should beat this laptop, at least on paper. Flow X13, 14,300, so a little bit lower with the same CPU, because it's, you know, a smaller chassis, can't run it as high a power limits, probably power locked to around 60 watts of power. I have to actually check that though. That's just off the top of my head. Zenbook Pro 14 i9 13900H, 18,800. Again, estimated value. When they're rounded, it's an estimated value. Very curious to know what this one's full power is. It might even bust 20K, not sure. But some more CPU performance in the Zenbook 14. Zenbook Pro 14, same CPU, should be around the same performance level as well. So out of all of the potential laptops that are 14 inches out there, the Blade 14 is up there, 85 watts. It just pulled 85.3 watts of power through the CPU. 4.66, 4.8, averaging over 4.7 gigahertz across all of the cores is excellent. That is excellent. These temps, though, they got spicy. They got spicy. So a laptop cooler could help you get maybe drop you probably 8 to 10 degrees would be my guess. If it's power capping at 80 watts, if it wants to keep going above 80 watts, it might just keep going. You know, it's hard to say what could happen. Overall, I love to see that Razer let this laptop kind of get its legs under it and really just jam the performance up to max. Just like the Zephyrus G14, if you want max performance out of the Ryzen 9 7940HS CPU, this laptop provides it. You know, it's going to be spicy temps, and you can always power limit it more by selecting a lower level of CPU in your custom, or go to balance mode or whatever, and you can still get better temps and lower performance. But at max performance, this thing is just ripping. So let's see what we get on our final run. 17,078. That is almost exactly what the Zephyrus G14 got in my 10-minute test. Just barely beating the Zephyrus G14. 17,019 for the Zephyrus G14. 17,078 for the Blade 18. Or Blade 14. Sorry, Blade 14. So, now the important thing to keep in mind, obviously, since it's a 14-inch chassis, this is nowhere close to the thick, big, and beefy laptops that have a lot more cores and threads, like the i9 13980HX and the Blade 16 and Blade 18. Those ones are going to do more like 29,000, 30,000 in these tests. So pretty significant performance gains if you go with a thicker, bigger laptop. But for a laptop of this size, this is phenomenal performance. This is very good. So kudos to Razer. Love the way you designed it. The thermals on it could be a little bit better. Simply put, the power limits went even higher than the G14 and maintained it consistently. So I love to see it. Okay, we're ready to run Time Spy. Let's see what we get in Time Spy. Can you test on battery mode? I could do one battery mode test. Let's do a battery mode test. I'm going to unplug the laptop right now. All right, we're unplugged. Laptop went to 60 hertz refresh rate. I need to stop this. Need to stop Time Spy from launching. So we are in battery mode. Battery on 780M or 4070. So the battery right now is currently on the 780M. You can see that the RTX 4070 is disabled right now. And in order to get this little overlay to pop up, let me show you how to do it. You just you right click on the NVIDIA control panel down here and you go to control panel. Right click on that NVIDIA icon down there. Go to control panel. And then you go to desktop here and you go to display GPU activity and notification area. If you have that checked, you'll be able to see which GPU you're currently on for better battery life. Okay. So, inside of Razer Synapse, we're in balanced mode in battery here. That's the only option. All right. So let's see what we get with one test. Let's just see how we do. Here's the battery run test. So it looks like it's doing 35 watts of power through the CPU. We're doing 3.8, 3.9 gigahertz approximately on all of the cores. Our temps are just phenomenal at 57 degrees. So yeah, it seems to be just power limited to 35 watts on battery life, which is going to be, it's going to be a good amount of performance. That's going to translate to a good amount of performance. But just, I'm not sure what the G14 got on battery mode, but I doubt it's going to, I bet you the G14 had better performance on battery mode. That's what I'm thinking right now. So we got 13,536. I'll run it one more time just to make sure it's going to maintain that, that power limit and everything. 35 watts again being hit on the CPU power. 3.8 gigahertz, 3.7 gigahertz across all the cores. So battery life, performance, you're going to get not nearly as good a performance in battery mode as you do when you're plugged in. That's clear, right? But that's still 13,000, 13,500 or whatever it was on battery mode. That's still a lot of performance for on the go. If you need to do editing, video editing on the road, like the best laptops from like 3 years ago was like that. Like that was what the best laptops were from 3 years ago. So the fact that you can do that in battery mode is really impressive, I think. $13,851 for our second run. Okay. Now we will get into our Time Spy. Time Spy and games, here we come. So you can see all of the things we have done already. We've done all of these. And we are now doing Time Spy right here. And we are going to do Apex Legends and all of these games going down the list for the rest of the live stream. So that's what we got for the rest of today. And then we'll do a final summary of everything we found out about the Blade 14. All right, so for our test, we are going to be in custom, boost, high, max fans. This is the highest level of performance that the laptop theoretically can put out, but obviously if you were to undervolt overclock this guy with MSI Afterburner, you could definitely eke out more performance probably. Almost for sure. I am hoping, right? So the tough F15 that we tested 2 days ago with a 4070, it got 12,200 approximately in Time Spy GPU. I'm hoping we can bust 12K with this. I'm thinking it might just go just hair shy of 12K though. because the Tough F15 I think was doing just a little bit more wattage and a little bit higher boost clock on the GPU more consistently. With the GPU undervolt overclock on this, I'm pretty sure we could bust 12K though and get the boost clock matching up to what the Tough F15 was doing. So right now, interesting, only 95 watts, 98 watts to the GPU. 2265. Now the Tough F15, when it was doing the boost, it had a 50 megahertz overclock applied in turbo or manual mode. And that one was doing 2340. So comparatively speaking, apples to apples, if you're talking stock to stock, this thing's about 30 megahertz on the lower side compared to the F15 out of the box in terms of how Razer and Asus tuned the VBIOS. So we're getting like, that's like 98% the performance. So I'm guessing we're going to get just right around 12K, give or take 100 or 200 points at most. We'll see. X Domer says, great reviews. Thanks to you, I was able to decide on what laptop to buy. Well, which one did you get? Tell me which one. I'm going to let my doggies out, okay? I'll be right back. Just a moment. You want to go outside? Yeah, can you go potty? Oh, okay. So we ended up getting 11,905. That's great. Very impressive. So let's briefly, I'm going to quickly do a overclock on this guy and see what we can get, right? So we're going to do an overclock with the curve editor and Afterburner. And we're going to see what voltage we can lock it to. This QHD screen is really detailed, but makes it so small. So I got to make this bigger if I'm going to show you guys what's going on. The curve editor. Can I make it bigger? Okay, good. Oh, that's must be for the wrong one. No, that's the right one. Oh, there it is. Okay. I didn't see the line at first. Okay, so right now, we're at 2265, 925 millivolts. That's what so this is the curve editor. This little gray line indicates what voltage it's running at. So this is the voltage it likes running at. Let's try going down the curve, just down to 900, let's say. Let's do 890. Let's do 890, okay? And we're going to just raise the curve. Let's go 200. Yeah, let's try that. It's gonna be a 200 megahertz overclock for that level of voltage. All right, we're gonna apply this. Let's see if it's stable. All right, so this not only dropped our voltage that was going through the GPU, but it also raised the boost clock significantly. And this is not a super aggressive overclock, but this is a pretty strong overclock and undervolt at the same time. So what this does, if this is successful, we're gonna see 2340 for our GPU boost clock nonstop, which is what the Asus TUF F15 was doing most of the time when it scored 12,200. And it appears to be stable, at least initially here. Notice also that we were pulling 108, 109 watts quite often at lower boost clock. And now we are doing right around 99 watts and doing a higher boost clock at the same time. So this is an undervolt and an overclock at the same time. And it's the right way to do it, in my opinion, for laptops of this nature, like thin, light laptops in particular. Honestly, most laptops can benefit from this type of GPU undervolting and overclocking. Now, there we go. Let's go ahead and just try running our benchmark again and see what we get. See if it's stable and see what we get. This is obviously not a fine-tuned benchmark. You could get more performance out of it by tuning it better. And you could probably go to an even lower voltage, go for like 2200, 2250, go what the default clock speed is, but just go to like 850 millivolts or something like even lower. And you're gonna get lower temps and balance mode and other fan profiles that are low fan noise are going to have even better temperatures too. So Domaris says, I got an XMG Neo 17 for pure performance since I'm using the external peripherals anyway. Okay, awesome. Well, I hope you really enjoyed that thing. Did you get the water cooler with it too? That thing is so cool. I'm going to be doing another video on the XMG Neo 17 here soon, where we're going to try to overclock and undervolt the system now that that's been added to the Neo 17. And we're going to try to overclock the memory at the same time for an even better performance boost. I've just got so many laptops that came in all at once that I had to take care of them. I got like 7 laptops right now waiting, so... Anyway, looks like, let's take a look at our OC. How are we doing? Our wattage pull is excellent. Our clock speed looks rock solid at 2340. That's awesome. I love to see it. I hope that this translates to an additional performance bump. We did not boost the memory clock at all. We could have done a memory boost. It's right now at 8,000 megahertz, but... Yeah, I'm not saying this is the optimal OC undervolt overclock on the system. This is just one that I think would likely work on almost all of the Blade 14s out there that are 4070s. So, but most likely you could do a more aggressive undervolt overclock and still be successful and get better performance on lower temps. But I just don't want to take too much of the time in the live stream doing like, you know, detailed overclocking on this unit, because it's not going to apply to all the Blade 14s anyway. Because some just won't be able to undervolt overclock as good as this one. Not saying this is an exceptional case. I'm not even sure if this is, like, this is probably just ordinary case. I think almost all of the Blade 14s would probably be able to do this much of an overclock undervolt. But if I were to push it to the extreme limit, then we would figure out where it becomes unstable. And yeah, if you want a detailed guide on how to do undervolt overclocking on your own laptop, I made a detailed guide for the Zephyrus G14, and that pretty much applies to almost all of the other laptops for the RTX 3000 and 4000 series. So you can watch through that and learn how to do it. I want the overlay to pop up. Come on. There we go. 56 watts of power through the CPU. 4.65 gigahertz there in the game, or in the CPU test. So in Time Spy there we had excellent temps, excellent voltage, and we broke 12,151. Excellent. That's phenomenal. I love to see it. We could definitely get more performance even if we did more aggressive overclocking. We're not going to do that today. But yeah, that's phenomenal. Love it. Okay, so we're ready to go into Apex Legends. This is one of my favorite games. I have spent 2,000 hours in Apex Legends approximately. I have become an Apex Predator in 2 different seasons of Apex Legends. Seasons 2 and 3. That was extremely difficult, and I solo queued my way up in Season 3. I didn't even have any teammates for most of the time I made it from Diamond to Predator. But back then it was possible. Like, I ratted most of the time because of solo queuing. Occasionally I would get good teammates and kind of roll with them or whatever. But I also want to point out that it's pretty cool. The keyboard for Razer actually changes colors. See this? It changes colors with the game that you're in. So I noticed that with each game I was playing, Cyberpunk 2077, a lot of the popular ones at least, there's a specific keyboard color layout that it switches to, which is just, that's part of the premium Razer tax, right? Now, you can disable this so it doesn't do this if you don't want it, like the game profiles options in your Razer Synapse, but still, pretty cool. It's a cool concept at least. So anyway, let's get into the game testing now. All right, so I'm gonna need to reposition here so I can play games and aim better. I am not as good at Apex Legends as I used to be. I'm an old retired Apex Legends player now. I'm an old man. All my nerves are shot. I can't aim as good. But I will do the best I can for us today. All right, so we currently have the GPU overclock applied still, so let's go back to factory. No overclock being applied to the GPU. All right, so for our video settings, right now we are QHD, full screen, take off the triple buffering. We're on high settings. I do not recommend playing on high settings, but we'll hop into the firing range and just do some initial testing. I'm pretty sure that Razer Synapse switched us back to 240 hertz. Yes, it did. It's supposed to switch between 240 hertz and 60 hertz when you plug in the keyboard battery, when you plug in the battery, or when when you go to battery mode, it should go to 60 hertz, and when you plug in the power adapter, it should go back to 240 hertz. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so the important thing to keep in mind is that we are in QHD resolution, right? So, and high settings right now. It's actually very graphically demanding, this game, on high settings. At least high enough to where we're not going to get max frame rate cap, you know? So this feels really good to aim with. I just reset our FPS counter, by the way, so we can see our 1% lows and everything. All right, this screen is excellent. It doesn't have too much ghosting. It feels very responsive. Like I don't think it's quite like perfect, but I think it'll get even better when we switch it to low settings here and get a lot higher FPS. Because right now we're only doing 133 FPS. Obviously very playable on high settings. 101 for our 1% lows, but let's go ahead and go to low. Okay, so we are on low settings now. QHD. I can feel the increase to smoothness. It's quite noticeable. It feels, this gameplay feels really good. I feel like I would be able to play at my peak capability with this gaming laptop, or close enough to it to where I don't feel like I'm losing out. You know, I think at QHD resolution, whoa, they spawned more of them up here now. This is new. They've been updating the they've been updating this firing range for a while now. A lot of changes to it. Okay, so 198, 130. Obviously, if you really want to push higher frame rates, you could drop the resolution down to 1920 by 1200. Okay, and now we're doing over 240 FPS. And so it all depends on what you want. If you want to prioritize frame rate or detail on resolution. But yeah, I would probably still just play this at the full resolution of the native display. For the extra detail, it's nice. Okay, so obviously very good performance. Let's hop into a match. Is the 300 FPS frame cap in Apex Legends because of the game engine? Some game engines goes crazy when you hit high FPS numbers. I heard that it was something along those lines. That it can cause like weird hitching or stuttering if you go too high of FPS or something like that. That's why they don't let it go over 300. So, yeah. Man No Fury says, should I buy the Lenovo Pro 5 2023 RTX 4070, 32 gigs of RAM with AMD? So my only issue with the Legion 5 Pro that I had was the touchpad was not perfectly responsive. And number two, the, whoa, it put us into a random match. And then number two, the other thing about the Legion 5 Pro is that the Ryzen CPU did thermal throttle pretty heavily. And it was like one or two cores were just really bad. Like didn't seem like a good thermal paste job on my Legion 5 Pro that I had. We're getting shot up like crazy from across the map. Lots of long distance shots here. Okay, I'm going to turn... Oh, we're getting shot from behind. Okay, so I just turned up the audio so we can hear if there's good spatial audio on this Blade 14. I hope there is. I'm going to go with the flat line. I love the flat line. Our enemy team is really good.
Recharging my shield, copy. Charging shield. Come on, come on. No one hides from my shield.
Well, we annihilated that guy. Come to do me. Oh, we got two people. One guy came up from behind at the same time. So a Pro 5 for 4070 for 1100, that's a good deal. I mean, I think that's a really good deal overall. So if that's what you want to go for it, I say. The enemy team is really good. They've got a lot of good players in the other team. I think they're winning by, yeah, they're winning by 4 right now.
Charging shields.
Teammate, I'm coming. Oh, brutal. What should I buy? Strix G18 or Legion Pro 7i? I would go G18 for the much better screen. Personally. Oh, I missed the zip line. I was trying to grapple up to the zip line.
Charging up my shields.
Oh my goodness, they shot me out of the air. Whew. Let's see if we can we change the gun we got? Let's go with we're gonna go sniping. Come on. This guy's good. That guy's the top scorer on their team right now. This guy. Okay. Well, those guys are freaking amazing. Yeah, no, they played really good. That was a really good gaming experience. In this is phenomenal. All right, like that was a great gaming experience. The FPS. Let me see what the FPS was. I left before it was completely done, but you know, 188 for our average during the match, or at least for a large part of the match, is in the 180s. Is great overall for gaming performance. The responsiveness, obviously, like I feel like the if you went with a more powerful like G14 with a 4080 or 4090, you might get more FPS in Apex Legends. That would probably be the because Apex Legends sometimes is very GPU bound in a weird. It's weird how it does it. So it'll be close to 100% GPU utilization. And so a more powerful GPU can actually boost your performance in Apex Legends up to a certain point. And so yeah, if you want the 4080 or 4090 GPU, I would see higher FPS. So in that sense, if you're an Apex Legends player and you're spending $2,700, it's probably better to get the 4080 version of the G14 to get more FPS. But Warzone 2 is going to be a very different story. You know, Warzone 2 is a CPU focused game. We don't want to quit desktop. We'll go to settings. So in Warzone 2, I would not expect any difference in FPS, or most likely very little difference in FPS. Now, Warzone 2 right now, it recently went through a huge update that completely changed everything. And so I don't expect that the Warzone 2 FPS is going to be as good as what we were used to see, because of all the changes recently. But we'll find out. We'll see. You're a pro, Gizmo. Yeah, I'm not a pro. I played pretty bad in that last match. Gizmo, what do you think of the Flow X16? The Flow X16 is, I think, I got my hands on it at CES. It feels very premium. Not as premium as like the all metal aluminum unibody chassis, but it felt good build quality. And it's a bit gangly when you switch it into tablet mode, but it's pretty cool that you can switch it into tablet mode because it's so large. And yeah, I mean, I like the Flow X16, and I especially love the Flow X16 if you plan on getting an XG Mobile and you want to get like a 4090 XG Mobile or something to really crank the FPS. But even without the XG Mobile, it's still a good laptop. So it's just expensive for your money. That's the main downside. Is it's a really expensive laptop for your money. Adabit says, I remember when Warzone benchmark on the Tough 15, it was really weird, to be honest. Yeah, we'll have to see how this one does. Does anyone know what the SCAR G16 GPU power is? It depends on the laptop, King of Demons. If it's a 4050, should be around 90. 4060, 4070 should be like 105. 105 to 115. And then we're getting some weird FPS here in the Blade 14 right now.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Weird. It's like it's stuck. It's like it got stuck or crashed or something. Okay, now we're in. Oh, we're doing over 100 FPS right now.
Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Oh, and now we're doing like 3 FPS. Okay. Any plans on testing the eGPU? That's a great question. I would love to. I just don't want to spend money on something I'm not going to use long term. But the and the XG Mobile is really hard to buy. That's the other thing. The XG Mobile is really hard to buy. Wow, we're doing 115 FPS right now. We'll try to drop in the same area that we were in last time. I don't know, at least a rough area. Wow, we're doing such better FPS than the Tough F15.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Okay, that's locked. What? Okay, so that door was locked. Can't go there. That door's locked. Okay, where can I get a gun? Y'all got any guns in this game?
Occupation scan. The enemy surveilling the AO. Stay low or use the water for concealment.
Use the water for concealment. I can do that. Oh, look.
Enemies detected. Locations marked.
There's someone. There's someone over here. Let's go get him. Is he on the roof? I don't know what all these do. All right, I cannot go out that door. I can't go out that door. Where is this guy then if he's not there up here with me?
Enemy UAV overhead. Hostile UAV in the area.
Great. Enemy can I drop down that and not die? I don't know. Wow, 109 FPS right now is really good. Only 47 watts of power to the GPU. 62 degrees on the CPU. 31 watts of power to the CPU. We're landing shots on this guy. I don't think we're going to kill him unless I land like a couple headshots, but... Alright, we're going to try to drop down. Yeah, I forgot. I have got a parachute. Duh. Okay. I don't play Warzone enough to really, you know, master it or whatever. I hear footsteps. I don't know where he is. Probably gonna get shot from behind somewhere. We know there was a guy up on top of this roof, though. Somewhere. We're hunting him. Well, we made noise now. Why can't I go through the door? Okay, so somebody died right here. Oh, that's the smoke. Oh, crap. Let me through the door. Ah, we're gonna die to the smoke. Okay, we died to the smoke. Okay, we got a gulag fight. Let's go. FD Grass, which laptop do you recommend for travel? I would say that if you can hold a bigger laptop, then take the biggest laptop you can that you're comfortable carrying. We got him. Oh yeah, we got him. Well, this is a good way to transport.
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
identified unsanctioned soup activity in the area.
Where'd this guy shoot me from? I don't know. We had really good FPS in the Gulag, really good FPS when we were on top of the building there.
Ultra, no soup activity detected at this time.
Pretty sure someone over that way was shooting at me.
Enemy UAV active.
I'm gonna see if I can die again. Bet it won't be too hard. I'm just kind of standing out here in the open, taunting anyone to shoot at me. Hey, there's the person that was probably shooting at me before.
But we will be back to finish the job.
Okay. So, wow, the Blade 14. Running this game much better. Much better than the tough F15 with a 4070. I don't know if it's the Ryzen CPU. I don't know if its drivers have been updated. I don't know if the game got updated to be better. But wow, it was running over 100 FPS. It was like 105, it seems like, on average, with good 1% lows. It was really, really smooth, phenomenal gameplay. Am I running on balanced? I'm running on max fans with custom mode boost. Okay, checking out chat. Sorry guys, I was a little distracted there. So you say King of Demons asked, so G16 4070 ones are 115 watt. Yeah, basically they the 4070 basically maxes out typical usage around 105 watts. 4050, 4060, 4070. Well, 4050 maxes out like 95 watts. 4060, 4070 like 105 to 115 watts. So the key to keep in mind when you're looking at laptops these days is they'll advertise 140 watts. None of those laptops will hit 140 watts ever, pretty much in any gameplay. So realistic gameplay wattage is like 105. If it's hitting that, you're hitting 100% GPU utilization pretty much. Okay. Let's see what we get in CSGO. I'm anticipating it'll be really good. We're high settings QHD right now. All right. High settings QHD. Need to double check the F15 at this point. Yeah. I'm curious if the Asus Tough F15 Warzone 2 performance is better now. It might be. Are there any 13-inch laptops more powerful than this? There are hardly any 13-inch gaming laptops at all. They kind of went the way of the Dodo Bird, just like 15 and 17-inch laptops. Everything is now 14, 16, and 18 inches. All the new stuff this year, pretty much, especially in the smaller category, because it's the same size chassis. It's harder to go below that. Wow, all the way down to 41 FPS there. Yikes. It's pretty low. It's because it's QHD resolution, right? Yeah. Anyway, what were we talking about? Yeah, there's not very many 13-inch laptops in general this year for gaming laptops. Almost none. Is the RTX 4070 faster than the Radeon RX 6800M? I would say they're in the same ballpark of raw performance. They're very close to each other in terms of raw performance, but the RTX 4000 has a little bit better driver support, and it has frame generation support in the latest titles, which can be a huge boost to overall performance. So what mode are you using? Because that's some really low wattage with great performance. I'm using custom mode with CPU boost and GPU set to high, so the maximum possible settings. Okay, so we got in CSGO 236.8 FPS. That is with 2560 by 1600 and high default settings. So this is obviously going to be able to play CSGO really well. Let me see if I can get into a Dust 2 match real quick and play 1 or 2 rounds. Let's see here. What was the GPU wattage in Warzone? It was only like 45, 60 or something like that. It was in that range. It was not even close to max because Warzone 2 is very CPU bound. Even at QHD resolution on low settings, it's very CPU bound. Okay, so wow, I don't have any money. I guess we're going Deagle. Deag mode, activate. Can you? Oh, you can't jump up this anymore, can you? You used to be able to climb up that. So I found out the other day. So I bought a hunter's knife in CSGO a few years ago for $250, which was the maximum price you could buy. It's a fade knife, which is like a hollow fade look to it. Like it's like the burnt, like rainbowed hollow fade look to the hunter's knife. And it was $250 when I bought it on the Steam Marketplace a few years ago. And that thing is now worth like $750. I was like, what? It went up in value so much. And there was like 3,000 offers on it to buy it if you wanted to try to sell it. The base offer was, I think, $640. And like the top offer on the knife was like 700 and something. Or like the cheapest one that was available for sale. So I was like, dang, this is awesome. It's like, if I could sell that and buy all my Steam games for a long time. Okay, we got 1 kill. All right, our FPS right now doing 200. Our 1% lows are really good. He opped me too. Not quite our 240 FPS refresh rate for the gaming laptop. Obviously, we could just drop some settings down and get to the 240 hertz refresh rate if we wanted to go. I'm not sure. Probably the effect detail, go to medium. Shader detail, go to medium. Let's apply those changes, see how it goes. Oh, it has to restart the game to apply those changes? Okay, we're not going to worry about it then. But yeah, we could definitely drop settings and get past 240 hertz refresh rate gaming. I'm actually a little surprised it didn't pass 240. It's because it's 2560 by 1600 resolution. That's why. But it was obviously very good gameplay quality still. Pata Juan says, at 60 watts for that level of performance is insane. If only you could pump more juice into the 4060, 4070, it'd be perfect. Well, the problem... did I end up selling my knife? No, I did not. So the problem with pumping more wattage into the 4070 in Warzone 2, I think that's what you're talking about. That's a CPU-bound game, so it's pointless pumping more wattage into the CPU. You're not going to get any more performance out of the system if it's CPU-bound, because the CPU is the bottleneck. And pumping more wattage into the CPU might provide more performance, or adding more cores to the system can add more performance. But that's the only things that are going to add more performance. Adding more GPU power is just going to make the laptop run hotter and not improve the FPS if we're CPU bound. I wish I could save up for a laptop with a 4080, 4090. Although that one I currently have is more than enough for the next few years. Is this 1600p or 1200p? We're at 1600p. We're doing all our tests at 2560 by 1600. All right, so 2560 by 1600 full screen. Graphics, we're going to set to Ray Tracing Ultra. DLSS to quality. Can't really see it, but where our frame generation is enabled, DLSS is set to quality, 2560 by 1600. This is the standard resolution I've been testing all of the gaming laptops at that have this screen resolution. Project Basu, it always crashes for me when you try to change something specific settings when in a match. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay, so for reference, these same settings with my Blade 18 was getting around 140 FPS. For reference, for anyone that's curious, what a 4090 with an i9 CPU can do. So almost double the FPS with the Blade 18. But this is still very good. So looking at our stats, we're at 58 for a 1% low. That's phenomenal. 71 for our average so far. Our video memory is almost max. Basically maxed at 7.3 gigs. 11 gigs of our RAM is utilized, so we're not maxing our RAM in this game right now. 73 FPS on average. Obviously very smooth, but you know, because of the resolution, it's not really giving us a high FPS refresh rate gaming experience. So if it was me and I had this laptop, I would just turn off ray tracing and run like higher ultra settings without ray tracing. 73.5 FPS, 56 for a 1% low. That's really good 1% lows considering only 73 FPS. You know, but the problem with the Blade I guess the problem is it's, you know, it's a 4070 at QHD resolution. I'm actually surprised we didn't have 1% low stutters. That's good. I'm glad we didn't have 1% low stutters. Let's go to our save here. Effort to Grass says 100 FPS and 1600p Warzone is great. Yeah, that is very good. And for reference, my Blade 18 gets a 155 FPS in Warzone with the i9 processor. So about 50 FPS gain with Warzone with a more expensive at the same resolution. Okay, so yeah, so these are all the same settings, so I'm not going to change anything. I'll change it halfway through maybe. Okay, so let's go ahead and kill him. I just reset the FPS meter, by the way. So this is obviously fast enough, good enough refresh rate, resolution, all that stuff to give a good gaming experience. But like I said, if I were to just change this, let's just drop it to high settings. Okay. Frame generation on, DLSS to quality. All right, now look at our FPS, 116, and it definitely feels smoother. The gameplay feels smoother. I feel like I can aim a little bit better, a little sharper. Going from, you know, 70 to over 100 FPS. There's a lot of guys left still alive here. Nice. Okay, so 105 FPS, 87 for our 1% low. That's really good 1% lows. Our temps are really good still, 67 degrees on the GPU, 71 on the CPU. Awesome. That looks really great. You want to boost the performance a little more, go to balanced probably on DLSS. Now we're doing 117. I don't know, probably keep it on quality. Honestly, 100 FPS is plenty enough in Cyberpunk. It'd be a great experience. 1080p ray tracing looks good on Cyberpunk. Interesting. Padawan says, is your own experience, can you usually tell the difference between 165 hertz and 240 hertz? I would say it is a minor difference between those two. We're doing God of War next. So this is the game list that we got going on today. We've done these games. We got God of War next and then Hogwarts. I would say between 165 and 240 hertz. It's only going to be noticeable in really high FPS esports games, because those are the only games that are going to get more than 165 hertz consistently. So games like CSGO, Fortnite, Apex Legends on high-end systems, that's when you're going to get more than the 165 hertz refresh rate. And in AAA games, you're almost never going to get that high of a refresh rate unless it's an older legacy title. Then you might get that high of a refresh rate. So here we are. We're at the correct settings. We're at DLSS on quality. Our graphic settings are on ultra. Let's go. Samuel Rodriguez is asking the Katana 4070 for $1,200. That's a great price for a 4070 laptop. The main thing about the Katana series is the 1080p version of that has a terrible display. It's very mediocre. It's like one of the worst displays that money can buy. So if you're sensitive, it's like the lowest rated laptop display I've tested all year. It's like the same as the cheap $800 MSI laptops. There's a little bit of ghosting on the display. It's not very bright. It's not very good color gamut. If you're going to use it with an external display or a TV or whatever, or you're not that picky on your display qualities, the Katana was great overall. I liked it overall. The main issue was the display. Otherwise, it was a good value for the money. So, just depends. Okay, so here we are. God of War. Let's go. Are we frame capped? No, we're not. Okay. 97 watts of power, 2265 on the core clock for the GPU, 69 degrees on the GPU, 76 on the CPU. Very good overall performance here, but yeah, QHD definitely takes a little bit of a toll on this game, because we were getting 79 FPS in the Tough F15 at 1080. Now we're getting 65, but this is QHD. So still very playable. And obviously you can see a lot more detail when you're running this game if you're playing at QHD. And it would be a better experience in general, I think, at QHD. You could drop this down to, like, say, original graphics settings. It's still going to look really good. And now look at our FPS. 104. This is how I would rather play this game. The game still looks really good on original settings. And the FPS is just really buttery smooth now. So this is how I'd probably recommend playing this game, but yeah. Okay. Time to hop into Hogwarts. Padawan, thank you very much for taking your time with these vids. I really appreciate your patience. First super chat from you. Thank you so much for your $5 support. I do really appreciate it. And effort to grass all the super chats. This stream has been awesome as well. All the little things add up to helping me make this into a career that I can keep up with, you know, that I can pay all the bills with and everything. So, but thank you so much. Okay, so what laptop has the best display for under 2,000? Well, there's laptops out there that are right around 1,000 that have QHD 100% DCI-P3 color gamut. So if you want details on what laptops to get for great displays, you're going to want to go check out my laptop list over here. And we usually try to include display quality. So like right here, this Pulse 15, 1149. It's got a QHD 165 hertz with 100% DCI-P3 color gamut. So that's an example. Here's another one. RTX 4070 QHD 500 nits. Yeah, under 2K though, the best display for under 2K. I don't know. I probably would go with a QHD 100% DCI-P3 color gamut display at a minimum. And then I would go, oh, we didn't do our speaker test yet, by the way. We need to do our speaker test. I just realized. I was like, I'm just hearing the speakers. I'm like, oh, we didn't do a speaker test. Best quality display under 2000. You would probably want to get to at least a 500 nits QHD 100% DCI-P3 color gamut display. So I know like the Strix G, a lot of the Asus laptops, like the Zephyrus G16 QHD version, Zephyrus M16, those ones are right around 2000 and they have that. There was a Zephyrus, Asus Strix G18, if you're interested in an 18-inch laptop, that was on sale for $2,100. That's got a 500 nits QHD plus display. So just to review our settings, we're at 2560 by 1600, DLSS on quality, frame generation on. Everything's set to ultra, ray tracing is enabled, and textures are set to low. I did verify these settings yesterday, so, but just showing you them. So that way we don't have to restart Hogwarts, because it takes a while to load into this game. Yeah, the M16, the Zephyrus M16 with a mini LED. If you can get the Zephyrus M16 with a mini LED, I think for a 4060 or maybe 4070, right around the 2K mark. I'm not sure the exact pricing. That's going to be close to the best you can possibly get. Okay, so here we are. Wow, our 1% lows are actually not doing terrible at 26. Oftentimes loading into Hogsmeade, it's like 10, 5 at first. I'm not seeing too many horrible frame time stutters. Several, not great. And our overall FPS is really not that great. 60 is obviously playable. You could still play this game at 60. But I would probably try to be pushing closer to 90, especially if we have frame generation enabled. Definitely my preferred. Did I test the Asus TUF at 1600p? No, I did not, because that has a full HD display. I try to test the laptop at whatever their native resolution is. Okay, so I just refreshed our FPS counter. Our 1% lows staying at 35. That's very good. 62 FPS. 61 for our average now. Ooh. All right, so these are playable frames. 61, 31. Our VRAM is not being pushed to the max limit. Maybe we could go to medium on our VRAM and still have decent FPS. Another thing, if I was just to optimize this, I would probably change the textures to medium and maybe set DLSS down to balanced. Let's try DLSS on balanced real quick and see what our FPS looks like in game now. Oh, and I would probably just turn off ray tracing. That'd be the other setting. I would nuke ray tracing as my #1 priority, because that'll probably give us instantly 30, 40 more FPS in all scenarios. And that would push us over closer to the 100 FPS mark, nuking ray tracing. So if you really want to keep ray tracing, then you can lower other settings or lower DLSS down to like even performance mode. Because when you're at QHD resolution, performance mode and DLSS actually doesn't look terrible. Whereas at 1080p, performance mode looks pretty bad. And right now, it's still good. We're getting good playable FPS. Our 1% lows are above 30. So, and this is the most demanding area of Hogwarts, right? So that's the important thing to keep in mind. All right. Cool. Let's do our speaker test, because we forgot to do the speaker test earlier. It's time for speaker test. Now for audio control on this laptop, There is THX right here. There is spatial audio you can enable and disable. My Blade 18, for example, can have spatial audio issues if I'm trying to listen to the laptop on my lap. So, yeah. And we can try playing some music here and turning some of these settings on and off. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll do Peter Spacey Roar. We need to turn off max fans. Go to silent mode. Okay, so let's turn off spatial audio. Okay, so most of the settings didn't make much of a difference. I'm gonna be honest. I was clicking around on them. It's hard to tell the difference between the audio and any of these things. Like it sounded so similar. So we'll not do volume leveling though, because that can make music kind of sound trappy. We'll do music and we'll have spatial audio enabled. All right, for our audio test. And let's go ahead and see what our decibel meter says. And I'll also give you my impressions of the audio as well. Okay, so first up we have Roar by Peter Spacey. So the total overall volume is not nearly as loud as my Blade 18. And I felt like when the mids are going by itself and the highs are going by itself, they sound really clear and pretty good. But when the bass came in, it kind of wiped out some of the mid sounds a bit and made them a bit muddled. So, and it also kind of muddled the bass a little too. So overall, like decent-ish for the laptop's size. But let's continue on to the next two so I can get kind of my full opinion. Let's do this. Each song is designed to be like a different spectrum. Like the Faded Aeon has a lot of highs. Peter Spacey Roar has a lot of lows and kind of mids and highs that come in later, which kind of gives me an idea if the bass interacts well with the mids and highs. Faded Aeon Half-Life is primarily about mids and highs. And then a little bit of lows here and there. But let's go ahead and do Faded Aeon Half-Life. Very clear mids and highs with some pretty satisfying bass. But in this one, the bass kind of comes in at different times than the mids and highs, so they don't kind of muddle each other as much. So overall, sound pretty good, though. Let's go to Deuce Williams, La La Love You Like. This is primarily testing the vocals.
I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la. I love you like la 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 la.
So the bass has a nice thump to it. But it's not as punchy as the Blade 18 or some of the Blade 18 is the #1 speaker system, I think, for gaming laptops so far in 2023. Still not as good as a MacBook Pro, but Blade 14 here being a noticeable step down from the Blade 16, which is a noticeable step down from the Blade 18. So I felt like the mids and highs very crisp and clear for the Blade 14. I felt like the lows not as strong or as punchy as I would love. And I would also say that the overall volume, like the total volume on the whole system, is just quite a bit lower than the Blade 16 and 18. So, but if you're just going to, like, for example, if you're just going to watch Netflix in bed with the laptop on your lap, it's going to sound really clear and bright and pretty vibrant. But explosions won't be as boomy and like if it's complex audio with a lot of mids and highs and bass all at once, it's kind of muddle each other a little bit more than the Blade 16 and 18. So I think I would rate it 8.3 out of 10. The Blade 18 being like a 9.1 or something like that, 9.3, and a perfect 10 being a MacBook Pro. So just so there's like the reference scale for you guys. And most gaming laptops, I get around like a 6 or 7. Like the basic budget gaming laptops with a mediocre speaker, I give like a 6 or 7. So like that's like the rating scale range and how I rate it. Because even the worst gaming laptops, you can hear audio. Like it's not like it's completely trash. I don't rate it all the way down to a 1. So you typically, unless it's really bad, I've had a couple. I had a Gigabyte once that was just so bad you could barely hear anything, and that was like a 1. What's the price on this? $26.99. All right, so we've still got a lot of games left to test. Let's see here. Next up is Dead Space. This is a game that typically kills CPU temps. It's really rare that we have really good CPU temps in this game. We are going back into high performance mode in Synapse here. We're in high performance mode with max fans enabled. Let's go ahead and reset the camera back up for benchmark testing. Okay, checking chat here. Lenovo has there's a lot of laptops that have 500 nit displays, but what you really want for the best display, we're kind of talking about the best displays a few minutes ago, for under 2K. What you really want is a great brightness display, 500 nits or more, and also 100% DCI P3 color gamut if you want to have the best display for under 2000. So, because it's the combination of those two things that really make a display like bright and punchy and colorful all at the same time. If it's 500 nits and it's only 100% sRGB, it's just not going to be as colorful as a higher color gamut display. But it'll still be easy to see, you know. But I want the colors to look good if we're looking for the best display under 2K. Does the Blade 18 have same level of advanced BIOS as MSI? No, the Blade 18 has a very basic BIOS with not very much customization. So we're currently loading in on Dead Space. You can see the loading thing in the bottom right corner there. You just can't see it because the webcam covers it. Are MSI gaming laptops worth it? It depends on the MSI gaming laptop and the price. Overall, I do like MSI as a brand, and there's definitely plenty of MSI laptops I do recommend, but also plenty that difficult to recommend because of poor screen quality or low power limits on the GPU. So it just depends. Any good OLED laptops under 1K? Don't think so. I talked about the Aero 14, which has a 90 hertz OLED RTX 4050. You could check that out if you were interested. I think that one's 1400 though, or around that that ballpark, and it's not a very high powered one. So 2560 by 1600 for our resolution. Our settings are DLSS to quality, graphics quality to ultra. Let's see if we have playable frame rates. It looks like we do. All right, so there is the intro area here. It looks very smooth. Even though the 1% low says 27, it's pretty consistent. Not like big stutters. You know, you can see the frame time graph there. It looks pretty smooth. Like there's little like stutters that are happening, but I don't really see them. They're not big enough to really register as like bad motion, typically. Very nice. Okay, so taking a look at our temps, let's see what we got. 66 degrees on the GPU, 71 on the CPU. That's still rocking pretty good. You know, this is going to be the first Ryzen laptop, I think, that we've tested where we had great temps on the CPU and GPU. You know, right now we are GPU bound. You know, we're on ultra settings, QHD. So we're GPU bound. We're not being CPU bound. Typically, Dead Space is a CPU bound game, but this is enough of a resolution that it's actually focusing in on that RTX 4070. At least mostly. 93 there for the GPU utilization. Kind of dropped down a little bit. All right, so here we go for our benchmark. Let's go ahead and walk it. 71 FPS. 32 for our 1% low. The gameplay feels pretty dang good. It's obviously not super smooth, fluid. If you want higher FPS, you're going to have to lower some settings. Probably just DLSS down to balanced mode would be the probably next setting that I would consider changing. There are good OLED laptops for under 1K, just not gaming laptops. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you want an OLED Ultrabook or something, yeah, you could get one for around 1,000 or a little less than that probably. But if you want it to be a gaming notebook, that's different. Okay, so 7629 for our stats there. The gameplay feels really good. No problems here. You're going to be able to play this game really well. You could obviously, if we just dropped in here and just went DLSS to balance, let's see what that looks like real quick. Interesting. Not too much of an FPS boost. A little bit. Getting closer to 100 now. Well, we had a big stutter there. You can see the stutter on the frame time graph. So around 90 with balanced mode on DLSS. So that's the nice thing about getting a QHD display. In the games that it can push high frame rates, you're good to go. And then in games that you can't push high frame rates, you just do DLSS and drop it down to balanced or something. And usually you can get great at performance. So it's time to do Last of Us. And I believe I did the shader pre-rendering yesterday on this. So we should have shaders pre-rendered for Last of Us. All right. Frame time graph not smooth. Yeah, but it's still it was consistent enough that it looks visually pleasing to the eye. Still, it had like that consistent like blip 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 blip, but it was not enough of a blip to like be visually jarring, I guess is what how I would describe it. All right, so DLSS on quality, 2560 by 1600 for our resolution. For our graphics, we're gonna be in ultra settings, but Last of Us has too high of texture requirements. So we're gonna go down to medium on our textures. Otherwise, we would run into 1% low stuttering quite a lot. So we do have all of our shaders rendered, by the way. Okay, Dylan says, I have a question. Will this readings on the screen always show on my gameplay, or there's no way I can remove it? So these are all things I set up with MSI Afterburner, HW Info, and Riva Tuner, so we can see the stats of the laptop as we test it. Your laptop will not show them by default unless you put them on. Does balance look bad on this smaller screen? No, I think balance would be hard to notice when you're doing QHD resolution. Okay, so here we are. We're in the benchmark now. Keep in mind, we're QHD with quality DLSS right now. So very, like, extremely sharp and higher resolution than some of these other 4070, like the Tough F15 that we did a test on. We're still doing 81 FPS for average right now, 65 for our 1% lows, which gives us a very tight frame time graph. You can see the frame time graph here, a little blip right there, but very minor. Overall, very smooth, like exceptionally smooth visual experience. Vin Turan says, Pulse 15 is on sale for $11.49. Should I buy it? Yeah, I think the Pulse 15, if you're after a high quality screen in a portable package and QHD resolution, it's a pretty great deal overall. It's just, it's not like super high build quality, but pretty decent all around package. And it feels solid, but it's plastic mainly, right? So I think it's a good blend of value, screen quality, and portability. And it had good thermals when we tested it too. You can check out my Pulse 15 review video. At $1,500, it's a decent, okay-ish deal, right? But now that's for $11.49. $11.49 is, I think, a pretty dang good price for the Pulse 15. So, yeah. The Tough F15 is good, but the Tough F15 does not have as good a display as the Pulse 15. So if you're after high quality QHD 100% DCI-P3 color gamut display, that's where the Pulse 15 beats the Tough F15. But the Tough F15 does have better gaming performance because it has a better CPU and GPU, but a lower quality display. My internet is doing good, but it's not 8:30 yet. So I'm trying, like, it started crapping out around 8:30 last time. So, like, it starts crapping out a little after 8, and it's not after 8 yet. We'll have to see if it craps out today or not. So we're in gameplay now. We were watching cinematic before. Gameplay tends to have a little lower FPS. 70 for our 1% lows. Or sorry, 73 for our average, 61 for our 1% lows. So we would probably be able to get really smooth gameplay on this game, even if it was only averaging 45 FPS, because the 1% lows are so close to the average in this game, at least so far. Ooh, okay, cool. So very playable gameplay, even at QHD in the Blade 14. I love to see it. Let's move on to Dying Light 2, our other zombie game that we test. Dying Light 2 is a game that I plan on beating at some point. I am currently playing through The Witcher 3. Is this max brightness? No, we are at like right around 50 or a little over 50% brightness right now on the screen. Is it dangerous to do BIOS updates? Typically not, Matt, but MSI BIOS updates have been bad lately. Supposedly they fixed the BIOS updates, but I just had someone comment on my MSI BIOS video today saying that their recent BIOS update on their laptop still bricked their system. So I don't know. I would be like, that would be the only thing right now. MSI's BIOS updating system is just not as reliable as some of the other laptops that I've seen so far lately. So high quality ray tracing, DLSS on quality, frame generation is enabled, reflex is enabled. Let's get into it. Matt says, I'm specifically talking about the Legion Pro 7. I have not heard of anyone having their BIOS fail on the Legion Pro 7. Brandon is having flashbacks with the BIOS updates. Yeah, kinda. You know why? Because almost 2 days in a row, I went to go live stream with the GT77 and like I prepped everything. I made the thumbnail, live stream, and then I'm like, oh, I should check to see if there's any driver or BIOS updates before I do this live stream. So I go to do the BIOS update and it bricks the GT77. And I'm like, no, why? And then I'm like, okay, well, let me do the GE78. And then the GE78, it had a BIOS update too. And I was like, okay, I'm going to do the BIOS update on the GE78. Let me get this done. And the same day I was going to do the live stream for the GE78, bricked it too. So I had to send both of those to MSI to repair it because there's no resetting the BIOS. They need to redesign how they do BIOS updates and how they can revert BIOS. When the BIOS update fails, there should be some kind of fail-safe CMOS update where you can get back to some form of BIOS every time, no matter what. So they need to redesign, I think, their motherboard and add some kind of cold storage to it for BIOS is what I would say. And or make it so there's some form of methodology of updating the BIOS with a flash drive, even if it fails, or something, some methodology, something. Come on. Yeah. I'm hoping next gen MSI won't have that problem at all. They'll be redesigned better. Okay. Is there much of a difference between a 4060 and a 4070? Not a huge performance difference, like 15% at most, ish. And so your performance difference will likely come more from like, are you running it at full HD or not? 80 FPS there, 90 watts of power, great temps on the CPU and GPU. Once again, we've had great temps in every single game we've tried. 79 for our median FPS here. Very good overall FPS here in Dying Light 2. Even at QHD resolution, you can obviously boost your FPS quite dramatically if you wanted to. Okay, so Shadow of the Tomb Raider, let's go. Murden says, I was just reading your thing. Apparently, Warzone team says there's not been a fix yet for the FPS problems that people are encountering. So Blade is better than Tough, I guess. You know, it could also be that like the Warzone problem that was in the patch or whatever that caused the problems. Maybe it affects Intel laptops instead of Ryzen laptops because this has a Ryzen chip, and the Tough has an Intel chip, so that could also be a possibility. So 2560 by 1600, dedicated, exclusive full screen, highest settings with ray tracing enabled, DLSS on quality. Let's go. Shadow of the Tomb Raider. All right, so let's see what we get. Which RTX 4090 laptop is the most affordable? Either the Omen 17 or the Legion Pro 7i are the two most affordable. Usually the Omen 17 is the cheapest. Yeah, so it just depends. All right, so here we are at QHD with all max settings with ray tracing enabled, hitting 91 FPS. 78 for our 1% low. Nice and consistent frame time graph. I do like adding the frame time graph. I can't remember the person that suggested it in the last live stream, but I think I'm going to do it from now on. Yeah, I do recommend the Legion Pro 7i as a laptop in general. I do like it a lot. Had pretty good thermals. The software is pretty dang good for controlling it. And the design is really good. It just has a few budget cuts that help reduce the price, basically, on the laptop, like the plastic touchpad instead of glass touchpad, and a little bit less snazzy RGB lighting compared to previous gen, but it's still pretty good RGB lighting. 79 FPS right now. Keep in mind, we're at QHD resolution. If we were at full HD, it would be, 125 FPS, 130 FPS or something. 65 degrees Celsius. Yeah, that's really good temps. And 67 again. I mean, really great temps. Like, that's probably the biggest thing that's right now that's setting the Blade 14 apart from the Zephyrus G14. For me, at least right now, is the temps appear to be dramatically better on the Blade 14, tuned better in just more titles and more consistently hitting those better temps. So well, I guess without any additional tuning. Like when I tuned the G14 correctly, that was great. It had great temps and great fan noise and everything. So it just all depends on it. Like without any additional tuning, the Blade 14 is just auto doing everything really well, you know? So would you consider adding Metro Exodus to the benchmarks? It really is heavy on max settings. Potentially, I don't know if I bought that as a benchmarking game. It was one of the games that I used to test. Does it have an in-game benchmark? But it helps if the games I test have an in-game benchmark. The thing about Metro Exodus is it's an older game, and I'm trying to mainly do the newer games. So the new games that I add to my benchmarks will probably be new games that come out. Like I'm tempted to add Diablo 4 to my benchmarking suite, but it's not on Steam, which is my main reason why I never added it. I'm trying to just, if I can keep everything inside the Steam interface, it makes benchmarking runs easier. 89 FPS at QHD. All ultra settings. It's going to run freaking great. All right? Phenomenal. Let's do Witcher 3. Murden says, right now I can't play Warzone. Only 30 to 35 FPS. Was 55, 65 with my old GTX 1050 and i7 9750H. How devs don't test it before rolling out, running during a mid-season update. Dude, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks. I noticed that in Warzone 2, the textures in particular used to be very low demand, and now they're very high demand on high settings. So they increase the demand of their textures quite a lot. All right, so our graphics says we're doing ray tracing on ultra, DLSS on quality. So ray tracing, ultra, DLSS on quality. Display, unlimited FPS. We want max resolution, full screen. Keep changes, please. Thank you. All right, 2560 by 1600, full screen. Frame generation needs to be enabled, so another setting we got to change. Wow, okay. So I think what happened was it changed all the settings to match my ROG Ally settings or something. Okay. Here's our benchmark. Can you test Doom Eternal? Are you a diehard Doom Eternal player, LSP? Interesting. Merden says, I remember testing old Warzone 1 with Legion laptops and getting 130 to 150 FPS, highest settings previous years. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like they definitely made the game harder to run. All right, so QHD settings, ultra with ray tracing enabled. We're doing 60 FPS. Things are looking good because our 1% lows are really good at 51. But yeah, this is like bare bones FPS in terms of like, it's hitting playable FPS, but I would say it's less than ideal. I currently don't have Doom Eternal installed, so I can't do Doom Eternal, especially for this time, LSP. But I'll consider it for the next live stream, maybe. Why don't you include Red Dead Redemption 2 in your tests? It's just a time limitation because I only have so many hours I can live stream. And, you know, these live streams already go 4 hours plus almost every time. So I try to keep them less than 4 hours. Otherwise, I would do like 20 games every time I do a live stream. Wow, we're getting a lot of stutters there for some reason. Everything is like loading in again or something. Okay, now we're loaded in. All right, now it's better. Weird. Okay, so 6450 for our QHD test. If I was playing this, I would just go to graphics settings. I would flip this one switch off and maybe do to balanced on DLSS. Resume. Gotta let everything load in again with these new settings. Look around once. Okay, looks like we're loaded in again, and bam! Over 100 FPS now, 110 FPS at QHD resolution. Yeah, this is what I would play on this laptop. You know, so just disabling ray tracing and then doing QHD on DLSS on balance with frame gen. Boom. Crazy FPS for a super thin and light laptop running ultra settings, just no ray tracing. So yeah, this is really great. Okay, so and once again, our temps, 69 on the GPU, 73 on the CPU. We didn't have a single game, I don't think, today push our CPU over 80 degrees. I don't think. Wow. All right, now, whew, all right. Okay, should automatically switch to balance mode. Let's do our summary, okay? It's time to summarize. What is good? What is bad about this laptop? Let me zoom out just a little bit on the camera. There we go. All right. So I gave the Blade 15 a mostly negative review, not worth the money unless it goes on big sale or something, mainly because of the display quality was not up to snuff, in my opinion, for the price point of a premium device. This guy, it's got the display quality, it's got the thermals, it's got a high quality webcam, It's got high quality speakers, but not quite the volume or bass that you get if you get a bigger, beefier laptop. But overall, I really like this thing. Like, it is so tiny. It is just, it's pocket size compared to my Blade 18. And it is really like, I am struggling to, I guess, explain exactly why I love it, but probably the number one factor for me in terms of why I really like this thing is the thermals on it were really good. So let's break down all the different things here. Okay. So unboxing the laptop was packaged well. It was easy to unbox. It was easy to set up. The software on the laptop itself is easy to use and control the laptop. It was consistent. The quality control on this was excellent. I had no issues on any of the keys or dead pixels or anything like that. The display quality also really, really good. Like, this thing is so bright, it's basically blowing out my camera on the display because, yeah, like I had to turn the brightness of the laptop display down because it was blowing out my camera. 500 nits brightness, that's what happens, right? Upgradability, you can upgrade the RAM in this. You can upgrade the SSD likely to a double-sided SSD, full-size 2280 SSD. The internals on it were good. Good layout, very efficient use of space. They maximized what space was available on this laptop. I really appreciate the Razer's design and engineering team. They did a fantastic job with the internals. Taking the bottom of the chassis off is easy. Super easy compared to most because of the CNC milled aluminum chassis, which also had superb rigidity and basically no flex in the laptop except for just a little bit here and there. But overall was excellent, super firm and rigid. The keyboard is a little bit more cramped than the larger laptops and even a little bit more cramped than maybe some of the other 14-inch laptops, but like mainly it's just the side keys, the very end keys on both sides are shorter than most laptop keyboards. Other than that, the keyboard layout is pretty good, and I love the functionality of the keyboard. The secondary rows up here, really like that functionality that they have. Like the multimedia keys at one touch is just really nice. Now, the touchpad is the largest touchpad I think you can get in a 14-inch device. So if you're after a large touchpad that feels good, premium glass touchpad, this laptop's got it. Windows Hello worked excellently on this machine, and the webcam, again, above average image quality coming from the webcam with good detail on the beard and the hairs. But it was a little bit darker than I would ideally like, at least in terms of exposure. The speakers on this, I gave an 8.3 out of 10, mainly because the volume was not as loud as I would ideally like. And the mids can kind of get muddled with the bass, and the bass wasn't quite as strong as the bigger Razer laptops that I've tested. Cinebench R23, 17,048 for our Cinebench R23 score was excellent. For an 8-core, super thin light laptop like this, this thing is as portable as a 14-inch laptop can pretty much be, and it's still pushed 84 watts of power to the CPU, and it continuously improved its performance during the 10-minute run, which was weird, though it got closer and closer to thermal throttling. Time Spy, we managed to get 11.9K, 11,900 with stock settings. With a quick and dirty overclock, we got 12.2K. With more overclocking, you could probably get 12.3, 12.4, maybe 12.5K. Excellent Time Spy score, especially for a laptop that is so freaking portable. It is crazy. Is the brightness only work on battery mode? It is very bright right now, even on battery mode. I don't know if it gets a dimmer than stock, but you can see on the camera right here, it is very bright, even in the studio lighting here. In every game that we tested, we saw excellent thermals and excellent playable performance. Okay, so every game was playable and very smooth. The 1% lows were very good in every game that we tested, mainly because I already knew what settings to tweak. Like Hogwarts, we set textures to low. Maybe you could take them to medium, but you know, Last of Us, we tweaked the textures down to medium. So with those tweaks, we were getting playable frame rates. But if I didn't make those tweaks, you would run into VRAM limitations because there's only 8 gigs of VRAM, and that's just not enough VRAM for ultra settings on textures in 2023 games. Yeah, at least some 2023 games. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the nice thing in my opinion about getting a QHD display on a 14-inch device is that in the games that you can actually play QHD games at high resolutions and settings and everything, you can play them at those ultra high settings. But in the games that you can't play them at those ultra high settings, you can just, you know, drop DLSS down typically to balanced or performance mode, and then bam, you're playable again. Or maybe worst case scenario, you have to drop the native resolution if DLSS or FSR is not supported. Then you might have to actually drop the native resolution. Though typically in most modern games, that's not the case. Most games are currently supporting DLSS or FSR, one or the other, to give you that render resolution flexibility without having to drop native res. Which I think DLSS and FSR, dropping those down typically is a better experience than dropping the native res. Yeah, okay. Ports on this were high quality, USB 4, but not Thunderbolt 4. That's probably the biggest downside to the ports. And for a 14-inch device, the ports on this are a little bit above average. When we compared again, we compared this laptop versus all the other 14-inch laptops, and this has comparable ports or better ports than almost every other laptop out there. Yeah, very good ports. Now, I want to talk about battery life for a moment. I did some battery life testing on my own yesterday. And because I know it's important for a device like this to have a decent understanding of the battery life. Now, in web browsing, live streaming, or like streaming some kind of thing like Netflix or YouTube, I would expect right around the 8-9 hour range mark on medium brightness and keyboard backlight off. You know, nothing too stressful or heavy, right? If you do something more stressful and heavy, like an unoptimized browser, like Google Chrome, for example, you're not going to get as good a battery life, probably more like in the 5, 6, maybe even as bad as 4. If you optimize, use Microsoft Edge, for example, with for browsing, because that's a very optimized browser, you're going to be able to get like that 8+ range battery life pretty often, I think, when doing office tasks mixed with Microsoft Edge browsing. Now, if you're doing video editing, more advanced stuff, you're going to kill the battery life a lot faster, probably in like the 2.5 to 4 hour range. It really depends on what you're doing. Obviously, gaming on this, you're going to kill it more like in an hour and a half, and not even at that necessarily great of frame rates either. So I think I touched on every aspect of the laptop, of everything in the summary here. And I think overall, the Blade 14 is the best premium laptop, but it also is at a premium cost, and it does not offer a 4080 or 4090, okay? That is crucial if you're after the most graphical performance. So if I have one big criticism of this laptop, it's that it just doesn't have a 4080 or a 4090 available as a configuration option. And that is going to be a problem for some people that just want to have the most performance in a 14-inch form factor. And if you want that, you got to go with the Zephyrus G14 to get that. But if you're okay with the levels of performance we saw today in this laptop, in the games we tested, then yeah, a 4070 still puts out great frame rates at QHD gaming as long as you turn textures down in certain titles. That's basically it. Is this my last video on the Blade 14? Maybe not. I might do an optimization guide on the Blade 14. We'll have to see. JT Wizzle with the $50 super chat. Thanks so much. He says, I have zero interest in a laptop like this, but still enjoy watching. Your laptop reviews are some of the best. Keep it up. Appreciate you. Thanks, man. Dude, that is awesome. Thanks. I really appreciate it. Wow. Okay. You guys are awesome. And Everdegrass, all of the super chats today, we're super grateful for all of those. All the people that drop super chats. I know that Paramba or whatever, I can't remember his name, also dropped a super chat. But if you're dropping a lot of super chats, do consider becoming a member as well for a nice monthly revenue for the channel as well, because that helps me get to know that I have, I can hire more people and all that. I've got 6 people working with me on my team now. Video editor, 2 people helping manage the list and manage my video listings and the timestamps and all of that. And then I've got an accountant and a laptop reseller now that's helping me manage to sell and ship and sell these laptops back. So that helps get the whole pipeline running. I need to hire another video editor still as well. So I need to hire at least one more person to be able to get all the content out that I want to make for the channel. But that's basically where we're at right now with the channel. And I'm loving the progress on the channel. And thanks so much to everyone for your support today. I really appreciate y'all. And I appreciate Razer for sending me this to review, even though I gave them a bad review last time. So positive review this time, because I think it really deserves it. And I hope you guys can see why I think it deserves it. Great thermals, great all-around package, very few weaknesses with this device. I just wish you could get a 4080 or a 4090 in it. And then I would say it's the very, very best with no contesting it in terms of like, I guess the display theoretically could be a little bit better on certain Asus laptops. That would be one area in which, even if it had a 4080 or 4090, it would not be quite as good in that one aspect. But the chassis is the best quality chassis that you can get, with great overall thermals and very good speakers and great port selection, great portability, and seemingly very good build quality, rigidity, all of that. I really like the Blade 14. I hope you guys enjoyed this live stream. That's it. I'll see you guys in the next one. We didn't drop any frames this live stream. Huzzah! Hurrah! When's the next live stream? I'm planning on doing the MSI Vector GP68 with an RTX 4080 that's currently right around $2,000, which is probably the best value RTX 4080 laptop out there. We're going to be doing an unboxing review of that on Monday, hopefully. So see you guys on Monday. I should have a couple of cut downs from the last few reviews coming out this weekend. At least one this weekend. Hopefully, maybe 2. Depends on if the editor gets done. Okay.